Well, for all the prep I didn't write a recap, so we're winging it this week. Now that there's really a lot to recap, you guys just finished a big old adventure on Daggermore. You guys successfully captured Ranshall Bloodbeard, the infamous pirate lord. You killed his bestest friend in the whole wide world, Stephen Pied. You also captured Varys, the lieutenant to another pirate lord, Lashrog, and got back to Freeport with them by luring good old Alexei Mikirian to the island with word that you had found something. Oh yeah, no, I was like, hey, powerful wizard, there's a thing you're interested in. He's like, do tell. I'll be there tomorrow.
It's like his job.
Honestly. You're saying we lured him?
No. I think he meant to say we catfished him.
Anytime a level 7 fucking player character calls in the Archmage and is like, hey, teleport us places, and I have something you'll like.
I mean, he did. He got to see a little baby creature. We got an eggshell of the creature.
But I would count that as a lure. At any rate.
Anyways, it was a win-win for everybody.
And if he goes back, there's so much money.
Yeah. After you gaslighted the shit out of Alexei.
No bias.
No, after you guys told Alexei about the Leviathan spawn that you found at Ranshall's retreat, he was very eager to see it, teleported there the next morning, flew to find you guys, and teleported you all to Freeport over the course of the next couple days. And you guys are basically home free, back in Freeport. It's the 48th, 2 days since not even 2 days, a day since you left Daggermore. And Alexei is in the process of, getting the wardens together to escort Ranshall and Varys to prison. They're going to go drop him off with the Eastern Alliance in Freeport. And you guys are pretty much free to do as you will. There's no pressing agenda, no time crunch as of right now. That is making any demands on you. You can do whatever you like. The floor is yours. Are there any questions before we begin?
Where the hell are we?
Freeport.
So, recently you guys completed an adventure on Daggermore. Let me just read this recap.
No,
you guys are
saying where are we? Like physically, we are just.
We're in Freeport.
Okay, it sounded like you said we were going to go to Freeport. I was confused.
No. You teleported to Freeport.
Okay,
that was where we left last
session.
Yeah. And you would specifically be like in the street in front of the Green Keep, the Green Warden's headquarters. And I believe that Varys and Bloodbeard are both conscious now, but they are bound and gagged, chains, shackled, all that shit. And Alexei had a group of wardens ready and waiting when you guys appeared to sort of like surround and
corral these
two. Yeah. Well, they're not gonna take it into the keep. They are gonna march them to the Eastern Alliance and drop them off for imprisonment. So
I'm gonna go with them.
You want to go with?
I'll go with them.
Okay.
For perfectly innocent reasons, I'm sure.
So
I honestly, I was gonna go too, just to make sure we saw this to the end.
Okay. Well, without any further questions, you guys would be able to accompany Alexei and the wardens on their quick little march through town. Definitely going to be drawing a lot of stares from passersby. It is early in the morning, probably like right around sunrise, maybe just a little bit after. But it's Freeport, it's a busy city, and there's people out and about already. This is an unusual sight, to be sure. You've got probably 20 wardens in total, led by Alexei, and the 5 of you sort of traveling alongside him. And in your midst, the enormous hulking form, shackled and chained, of Ranshall Bloodbeard, towering over the similarly shackled and chained Varys at his side, who is almost completely enveloped by just the crowd of people around him. And you guys will follow Alexei as he leads you guys along the waterfront, south towards the Iron Wharf district. And as you sort of hit the turn off where you would be sort of leaving, Ango's Landing and turning into the Iron Wharf, he would veer towards the waterfront itself and down a pier where there is a pretty large fortified building kind of jutting out of the water, with sort of a walled off private pier set up and a few ships, smaller like harbor ships that have been set up and moored there.
Alcatraz?
What's up?
It's a D&D Alcatraz.
In the distance across the harbor, maybe about a mile out, you do see that there is an island in the water with sort of a small walled complex built on top of it.
D&D Alcatraz.
We need someone who could swim.
I know how to swim.
And Alexi will lead you guys into this fortified building, which has a couple of East Alliance guards standing out front. And he'll very quickly sort of declare, it's like, we're here to transfer custody of Ransaw Bloodbeard and the Lieutenant Varys, who were captured in Daggermore yesterday. I believe I messaged your commanding officer yesterday afternoon regarding this. They will look at each other like, what the fuck are you talking about, Bloodbeard? And they see him, and the usual reactions, like, oh my god, you got him. And over the next 20 or so minutes, you see your group is kind of ushered into this sort of Alliance naval post. There's soldiers running about, going about their day, and all of them just kind of stop to stare as they see all of you. The commanding officer in question, this tall, braid-bearded dwarf with a shaved head, comes out, and he gets into it with Alexa, like, oh my, you weren't kidding, you actually got him, oh my god. This whole big congratulatory scene. Everyone in this little post, as soon as they kind of realize what's going on, there's a lot of like hoot and holler and congratulating you guys and Alexi, clapping everybody on the shoulder. And within like half an hour, they will have made the necessary arrangements to hand over Bloodbeard and Varys. They are sort of handed off to a platoon of these Alliance soldiers that sort of form up and have suited up to transport him. They march him down the pier towards one of those small harbor ships. And from the looks of it, they are bound for that distant fortified island.
Okay. Yeah, basically.
What's that? I can't hear you with these on, so you got to speak up.
I was just chanting Alcatraz in the background.
Well, it looks like they've got ample room at Humaniza. I still would like to inquire inside regarding the actual security of the compound, but for now it is officially out of our hands. So,
Alexi, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you know... I know you can prevent against like scrying and stuff with that magic you cast, but do you know if there's any way to stop sending spells?
I don't.
You don't know, or there's no way?
I don't know. I
don't love that answer.
I'm reasonably confident that there's not a great workaround for whatever reason. That is a particularly troublesome spell. Fun fact, you can actually communicate with people on completely other planes with that.
Yeah, we're fucked. Lost Frog's gonna know all about us.
Weirdly, we did know that because we were stuck in the Shadowfell.
Oh, that's right. Definitely gonna have to fill me in on how that went too. We haven't had a chance to talk since. It sounded like it.
It was the bestest time in the whole wide world.
So, no, to my knowledge, I don't know that there's a way to block communication necessarily. Divination, yes. but communication, I'm not certain. And I will confess, I am not exactly a security expert. Abjuration was not my primary interest back in school, but I do intend to follow up with the warden of Humanizeth over there, and hopefully, they know something I don't. So, fingers crossed on that front.
Okay. Well, we just have to work under the assumption that La Chirag knows whatever Varys wants to tell him at this point.
I think it's probably best to plan for the worst. Hope for the best, but you're not wrong. Given that, we should also probably talk about Daggermore, in addition to catching up on Monty. I feel like this might be a little more pressing, though. Once you guys have a spare moment. At the very earliest, I should be free this afternoon if you have no pressing matters you need to attend to today. But if not, and you know how to get a hold of me, we can certainly set something up at your earliest convenience.
I'm not sure what we're doing today, but potentially.
I think Alorn would pipe in and be like, could I potentially come by later? At least to talk about the scribe?
Yes, that also. We just generally need to talk a lot, I think. Sooner than later.
Well, I'll be there this afternoon, so.
There's a lot to cover. Yes. Good. You should at minimum you should come by. And I need to fill in the other conservators and
Is Kaus in town, or is he like?
I have no idea. I would assume he was here when I left, but that could change in the past 2 days. But the other conservators would be made aware of this Leviathan situation, and we should probably come to some sort of agreement on how to proceed from here, because that's a big development. It's a very big development. There's a lot to do. I'm going to go take care of this first, one thing at a time. As I said, reach out to me. If not today, we will make plans for later dates. But again, sooner than later.
Okay.
All right. And they are already going. Okay. Well, he's going to snap his fingers and incant, and you will see him lift off the ground and begin flying after the boat. Wait! You left without me! And he just drifts through the air out over the water, following that ship as it begins sailing out towards Imadazath Penitentiary in the distance.
Man, it'd be cool to be able to fly.
Barnaby, you want to go chase?
There's no place like
Oh
home.
yeah, Barnaby can fly, can't he?
Yeah.
Have you ever used those boots?
If you look at my armor, you can tell I've used it a few times. I'm still working out the kinks. His armor's just covered in soot.
Gotcha. Well, I think
Suddenly the weird gunshot sounds in the middle of the night in your hotel rooms make a lot more sense.
It wasn't gunfire, it was the moonshine blowing up.
It wasn't gunfire, it was regular fire.
Exactly. They are very distinct things.
It's different.
Well, I guess we're heading out. I feel like we should probably just decide as a party what we're doing. Are we back? From our little trip to the islands, or are we going to go back out there at some point?
I would like to go back out because I do want to visit the Incursion Memorial if possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have the thing to drop off to Raider's brother.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay, that's something to do for sure. Are we? I guess a better question maybe is: are we worried about the White Cartel at this point? I did check. It's been 84 days. We've been gone.
I feel like that's a good amount of time.
That's what, 2 months?
Yeah.
That's like a month and a half-ish.
I mean,
Sorry,
we kind of
it's a
disappeared.
little wibbly wobbly.
I feel like we kind of disappeared without a trace. I don't feel like us coming back, we're really going to have any leads.
I mean, I definitely think if someone was sniffing around for us, we were probably gone when they were doing it.
Yeah, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay. Well, until we figure out when or how we're doing Landor, I guess we're in Freeport again.
How long do you guys want to stay in Freeport?
I certainly wouldn't mind a break of some kind.
I wouldn't either. Plus, I have a few things I'd want to get before we go back out there. And
Yeah.
some of them might take a while.
I have a few ideas. I know that we sort of said we were going. I mean, this is more specific to me, but I do want to be in Freeport at the end of the year because kind of made plans to be back. I feel like multiple of us did, but I only remember my own. So that's the only thing I'm thinking of is I do want to be in Freeport at the end of the year. That doesn't mean this has to extend that long, but it's just a point in the future we need to consider.
Well, depending on what everybody wants to get, I mean, it could make sense for us to wait that long if we're commissioning stuff. I don't know what you guys want. But
Do we want to? I look back over my shoulder at the Eastern Alliance building. Do we want to go in and just talk to them about magic items while we're here? Because we commissioned them through the Eastern Alliance last time, didn't we?
we did.
Yep.
So maybe this is a good chance to have a conversation.
And then if we don't like what they say, we can always shop around the town.
It's a place to start, yeah.
Okay.
Well, back in we go.
Okay, so back inside. You guys head into the Eastern Alliance headquarters here, and you will see some of the guards or soldiers who are working as you kind of walk back in, or they look up and like, hey, it's you guys. And there's just some more kind of like, they hear the guys, and a small halfling woman who looks like she might have some rank here. She's got a decent number of little medals kind of pinned to her jacket there. She'll kind of like just kind of walk up to you guys. She's, well, folks, you're back awful quick. Is there something else that I can help you with? Miss Laughborough, by the way. Good to meet you.
What was the name? Nathborough?
Laughingburrow.
Laughingburrow?
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Okay. Well, Miss Laughingburrow, we intend to continue our heroic exploits in the future, and we've been kind of mulling over maybe getting some magic items recently, and we wanted to talk to someone who could perhaps help us commission them, or at least get some price quotes.
Okay, requisitions. Well, this is probably not the exact spot to talk about, but we do have I'm sure you're familiar with it, northeast edge of town, just south of that, the Presidium out that way. We got our fort out that way. And I don't recall the name of it off the top of my head.
What is
Franco?
her rank?
Fort Franco. She appears to be a captain.
Captain Laughingburrow, got it.
Yeah.
So we'd go there to talk to someone?
Yes. You let them know you guys dropped off Bloodbeard with us. You tell them Laughingburrow sent you, and they should They should be willing to play ball. Actually, here before y'all leave, let me grab. She'll go grab some letterhead and write you guys a quick little note, just kind of like vouching for you, who you are and that she sent you. She'll
So
fold
our
that up,
medals wouldn't
seal
be
it.
enough.
Do what?
Our medals wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, we did our Eastern Alliance.
Yeah, she like pulls them out. She's like, "Are these not enough?"
And she's like, "Holy shit! Where did you get those?
We've been busy.
Did they give you those for Bloodbeard?
No, that was
Bloodbeard
for
and
Montauban.
Montalban.
Holy shit!" And she like goes white for a second, and like there's a solid like 10 seconds of just soundless mouthing, trying to find words.
Oh, you're those people.
That was you five.
Yes.
That's
Oh
us.
my god! It is a genuine. And she'll kind of like step back a little timidly and salute you all. Where she said, I had no idea that was you all. I am so sorry. The Bloodbird thing was already very exciting to hear about, but this is wow. Yeah. I mean, those probably would do it, but I mean, just for good measure. I mean, I'd be honored if you took my.
Yeah, of course. She'll take it. She was just wanted to make sure.
She's just kind of blushing at this point. Like, I am so sorry. I did not realize.
That's quite fine.
I don't think anybody. We haven't been here since we did that, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you will be more than accommodated. We've got some great enchanters on staff, and if they're not up to whatever you're looking for, we've got good contacts in town too. We can definitely get you guys set up.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Do you guys want to go where she said?
Yeah, I imagine we were going to go to the Presidium at some point anyway, too, so that's a good direction to go.
Yeah. At this point, I'm like, let's just cash out magic items first.
I mean, we want to, at the very least, get them started crafting if they're going to take a while, so.
Exactly.
Mm.
Get that out of the way. Lauren can fuck Gerald later.
There'll be plenty of time for that.
Oh,
All right, we
Lord.
go to the Eastern Alliance other building.
Okay. So Fort Franco is on the edge of town, from the northeast edge of town, and it's probably like half a mile from the Presidium. You've taken this path 1,000 times. You head back up the main thoroughfare of Angler's Landing, along the waterfront, past all of the riverboat casinos and halfway houses, and through Ranger's Reach, the sort of like rural farmstead on that, just like right there on the edge of the city itself. And it's probably a good half-hour walk before you guys reach Fort Franco, which is itself a pretty sizable naval base. Not a fortress per se, but definitely kind of a fenced-off walled compound. Lots of it's almost like a small village. Relatively fortified. There are bastions along the waterfront, housing cannons that are sort of overlooking the bay, as well as numerous Eastern Alliance naval ships docked in the harbor that they keep there. And as you guys kind of approach the entry gate, the guards on duty will sort of hold out hands, like, approach, please, names and business.
Pull out little
We
stars
have paper.
and glitter and stars.
One of them's just like, oh, yes, ma'am, sir, ma'am.
Wait, why are you saluting us?
That's a solar medal, ma'am. That is the highest honor in the Eastern Alliance. That's.
Oh,
Is it impertinent to ask your names? As he
Lauren.
sort of goes over the document.
Noel.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm like, Lauren.
He's like, I'm not familiar with a no. Oh, Monty Bond. Yes, ma'ams. Please.
Ma'ams.
And again, both soldiers just like, very frantically, salute and.
She's gonna clip him on her like little tunic at this point. She's like, I'm
Might as
gonna
well.
leave him there.
Yeah.
for the time being.
People need to know.
Yeah.
And
Less questions, maybe.
yeah, they are both very, very respectful from that point forward. They're like deferential, and they will go and call some people to have you guys escorted into the base. And I mean, they'll obviously ask, what can we do for you here at Fort Franco, man?
Magic item commission.
Requisitions, got it. Yes. All right, Corporal, can you take them over to the armory and have them talk with Mr. Highwater? And the guard that they called in will nod and he'll say, folks, if you'll follow me, we'll see you in the armory.
Thank you.
This new guard will escort you guys into the base, and you will be led to a fenced-off series of buildings. Most of them appear to be warehouses, and he will lead you past them towards the workshop. And inside in the front office, he will head into those front doors and talking with the receptionist. Like, we get Mr. Highwater out here to talk with these fine folks. These are the Monimon 7. Actually, he looks back and 5 of the 7. And the receptionist is like, yes, absolutely. And you'll see her kind of wave a hand and say, Engineer Highwater, if you could please report to reception. We have some heroes here to see you. And for long,
Lauren's uncomfortable with all this.
Right?
This is too much. I feel like she's gonna be like, can y'all not do that? I'm a normal person. Please don't call me a hero. This is weird.
They just kind of look at each other like, you guys broke the 100-year curse. That's
fine. I don't like this. It's making me real uncomfortable, man.
This is our first day back, so we're getting used to it.
Yeah. Sorry.
You haven't been in Freeport since.
We've been busy.
No. We've been very busy. We just brought in Ranzol Bloodbeard.
And again, the guards are just like, wait.
We should probably stop saying things.
What? She did what?
Yeah, they just took him to the prison.
And I mean, the guards are just like, wait, you caught Bloodbeard? Are you serious? What's he like?
Terrifying.
Oh my god, I bet. And yeah, they are definitely about to break decorum and start just bombarding you with questions when the doors swing open and this sort of tall, leathery-looking elvish man walks through. He's got his hair pulled back into a top knot. He says, all right, everybody ease up. What seems to be the you'll see the medals. She wasn't kidding. Chief Engineer Ilmiar Highwater, at your service, folks. Might I ask who all you are? And before you're even able to answer, the receptionist chimes in. It's like it's the Monimon 7, 5 of the 7, and he kind of steps back and just kind of blinks, like, well, give a short salute. Honor to meet all y'all.
It's nice to meet you too.
How about we step into my office? This is probably not the best place to talk business. And he'll lead you guys back down the hall he came out of and into a side room off that hallway. There's just kind of a small office. There's like a drafting table. There's a bunch of papers scattered over a desk, several bookshelves. It's kind of a mess. And you can see just kind of glancing around, there's a lot of tools sort of lying about and half-finished sort of crafting implements. You can see a glove that's got this strange metallic piping situation on a stand that looks like it's in he's in the process of working on it. But he just kind of pushes it aside and sits down and grabs some paper and a pen. He says, well, folks, pleasure to have you here at Fort Franco. What can I do for all of you?
Magic item.
So we just go down the line, or
Yeah. Who wants to go first?
Requisitions, got it. Yeah, we could definitely take care of that.
We're for
If
sure
not
looking
here,
for quotes, and yeah, if we maybe need to look elsewhere for pricing, that's something we'll consider as well.
Sure. Well, in light of your service, these lines will offer you as competitive a quote as we possibly can. Granted, magic is as magic does. I'm sure you know these things can they can run up pretty quick. So let's start. What sort of equipment here are we looking for? And I can tell you if we can do that here, or if I've got friends who can do that for you out in Freeport. And if not, I can try and point you in the right direction.
So who wants to go first?
I mean, I'm gonna make a few myself, but I am looking for some ingredients for some stuff. I'm looking for some adamantine. I heard that's some good stuff.
Okay, starting tall. Adamantine, yeah. We could.
I mean, I know I am tall, but
tall order. Forgive me. Adamantine. That is a commodity. We could probably get a beat on that for you, but I will let you know ahead of time that it'll probably cost you a bit.
sorry, you're getting muffly.
Or,
Hey, Mo, the mic a little closer to you, Plug.
Can you make it
how's this? Is this acceptable?
That's a little better.
Better?
That sounds
Okay.
better.
So we can probably source some for you. Just, heads up, there probably will be a bit of a delay on shipping and it's not cheap.
I
Probably-
figured as much. How how expensive we talking?
Well, he'll kind of reach off onto a shelf and kind of pull out a ledger and start kind of flipping around. Last time, how much adamantine are we talking here? Because that has a big part to play in all this.
Enough to cover this as he just bonks his armor.
Full suit. Okay. Well, if we're looking for coverage, we don't necessarily need a full suit's worth, just enough for plating. Could probably get that done for you for 600 run you.
600. Just the adamantine, correct? I'll be doing the bonking from there.
Well, if it's just the material, 300. Forgive me. I assumed you wanted us to take care of that for you. But 300 for enough to plate that.
Yeah,
Are you sure you've got the equipment to do that?
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Well,
All I need is just
I'm not trying to tell you your business, sir. I'm sure you know what you're doing. After Lunch Bond and is that Bloodbeard? I heard them saying.
Yep.
Well, yeah, 300 will do it for adamantine. So if that's too rich for you, I mean, we could probably get you a half plate worth for.
That's fine.
That's a lot of money.
All right, 600. What else are you looking for?
Let's see. I'm also looking for a few other things. Probably going to be few I'm probably going to make myself. Something to make a lantern for seeing invisible stuff.
Oh, you're getting one of them's.
That's a good idea.
I think we've actually been making a few of those recently. Flip into the ledger. Material, again, looking at 200. If you want us to make one of those, we could probably part with one of ours, honestly, if you want.
How much for one of them?
500.
Oh, but I can handle that.
He just kind of slowly smirks a little bit. He says, handle that. All right, well, money bags. What else you were looking for?
Next one's pretty. pretty cheap. Or I'm just going to hand them a small little list of the common items. Keep that one. Don't say anything about that one, and I'm going to circle the tankard. Don't say anything about that one.
Yeah.
Lauren's like,
he kind of looks at
tankard?
it,
And
then
she's snooping real hard.
he's like looking at him, and then he looks back at you, like raised eyebrows, like really. He's like,
Barnaby just kind of gives a quick glance to Lauren.
What is it? No, she's like, tell me, what is this? She's gonna try to snatch the list. She's going like,
all right.
I'm gonna try to snatch.
I'll say, give me a dexterity check. Actually, no,
no privacy.
A grapple check. So athletics versus athletics or acrobatics.
All right, I'll do athletics. All right, that is a 16 plus 4, so a 20.
20. David, athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Oh, you are in for a whooping. That is an 18 plus 8, 26.
Damn it.
Get off that
Paper
woman.
just does not move from his fingers.
All right,
He's just holding it over his head away from you.
all right. She's just like snatching right now. She's like, you looked at me. What is the tankard? It better not be a tankard of water. I'll fucking fight you, Barnaby.
Folks, if I could see the list, please.
Oh. Sorry. She's not looking over.
He will take it and just kind of lean back in his chair. I'll be honest with you, sir. These are not exactly military purchases. You could probably pick some of these up in Freeport. Probably
I'm fine with that if you want one in a good place where I can get them.
25 beats. Yeah, I can definitely get you some dresses.
I'm gonna look at Barnaby.
He'll-
What's the tankard?
Take a little note, scribble some addresses down, and hand it over to you. And he'll say, it shouldn't run any more than probably 50 for both of those.
Good. One last thing. You know a good gem cutter?
A good junkler?
Gem cutter.
Gem
Sorry.
cutter.
Barnaby lifts up his helmet mask.
Gem cutter. We do
Or Chris
some
would
work.
have one of them.
We do some work with gem cutters in town. Yeah, I could definitely get you a recommendation.
All right. Perfect.
Oh,
And that's about it for me.
I'll grab another note, write down a name, and hand it over to you with an address. All right. What else you got?
That's all I got for right now.
All right.
Sean will step up.
All right, Lauren. At this point, I just want to say it's just staring daggers at Barnaby right now. Fucking daggers.
Bet you want to know what's on these little pieces of paper, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Well, you ain't gonna.
You do know that if you don't tell her now, she'll probably just try to steal it off of you when you're sleeping, right?
Oh, you see, the thing is, that's a nice thing about paper. It goes Bernie when I get what I want.
I meant when you had the actual item.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
you're
worries.
welcome to burn that, but I feel like that would be an extreme waste of money.
Lauren's just gonna stalk Barnaby until she sees what it is.
Barnaby's just gonna stuff it inside his helmet.
All right, big guy. What are you looking for?
So I'm very doubtful you'll have these. So I'm just looking for any leads you guys might have on these or the tips. If you've heard of anything, looking for the manual body health, manual gainful exercise, and manual quickness of action.
I think you're describing these items to him, and he is he's listening, but he does seem like that is a hell of a book you're describing there, son.
If you've heard of any myths or legends or tips or anything.
I won't lie to you. That sounds a bit beyond anything we can produce here at Franklin. I don't know necessarily about the rest of Freeport. There might be someone who could make that for you.
I'm not expecting you to make them. I'm just wondering if you've heard any whispers of them existing anywhere.
I personally have not. I can tell you this though, if you would like, if you've got an address, you're staying somewhere in town, I can get in touch with you. I'll ask around and see what I can find, if that is of any help. I'll also say if you're looking for exotic items of that caliber, not that I would recommend this to just anyone, but y'all can clearly handle yourselves. Chaser is probably the next best place in the Emerald Coast to find anything magic. Now, I say that with a couple caveats in mind. It is not the most well-regulated marketplace on the coast. There is a sizable amount of illicit trafficking of magical product up that way. A lot of dangerous stuff moves through Chaser that does not get properly
I have a question.
licensed or registered. Yes.
If we did so happen to acquire an item of that nature and we brought it here and like put it on the records with y'all, is that okay?
That's totally fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, no.
Please continue.
Um,
I just wanted to make sure we wouldn't get arrested for owning an item.
is this your first time commissioning items?
Well, we've done it before. Yeah, second. But I feel like commissioning is a little bit different than what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, when you're going through proper channels, usually that sort of paperwork is handled through the broker, and your information's all taken down. I mean, you got all this taken care of before. No, if you do happen across anything that would be considered either major or dangerous, those are things that should be tracked if they are moving around in the region. So,
like magic weapons?
Magic weapons, magic wands.
I think I might need to get this registered and she'll pull out the moon circle.
What does it do?
I don't know, whatever that thing does in terms that make sense in D&D.
I think it's just magically sharper. I don't know, just +1.
He kind of... I mean, better safe than sorry. I mean, I'm obviously not in that particular market, but I deal with those guys a lot. I don't know that would be something that would concern me personally.
Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure.
But
You said
I
magic
mean,
weapon.
you talk to the wrong guy, and he gets to burn his ass about it. You might be looking at a fine. It pays to be on the up and up with that sort of thing. The big shit is, fireball flingers and lightning wands, the stuff that's going to kill a room of people in a second typically needs to be on register. That's jail time for sure if you're not open about that.
I don't think we're looking for anything like that.
Well, that's
anyways.
But yes, no. Chaser would be a place to look. Just know that whatever you do get in Chaser, a lot of times tends not to be on record with the East Alliance. So best to get that taken care of as soon as you can once you get out of the market. Also, given that it is a lot of shaky legal ground as far as the trading up there goes, definitely watch your backs, especially if you're toting magic with you. Folks are might opportunistic up in Chaser. But it is a good place to find rare, powerful items for whatever that's worth. So that's where I would look first. And like I said, I can ask around for
Yes, John.
Well, thank you. As for purchasing, I'm looking at a belt of giant strength.
Yeah, okay.
Or gloves of face weapons.
Okay. Well, the belt is a storied little trinket in it. That's a popular one. A lot of people come looking for those. I won't lie to you, they are expensive. With the resources we got here, we could make you one, but it would take about a month, and they'd probably run you about 19,000 gold pieces. Um,
What about the gloves?
Fuck.
well, you are pushing your body beyond what it is naturally capable of with that thing. It's difficult making sure that doesn't just pop you like a balloon. Um, the gloves, comparable, though. The fact that we are not necessarily pushing limits is definitely a load off on the kind of safety front. We could probably do that for 15. Similar timetable.
Let's start with the gloves, and I'll hold off on the belt.
All right, fair enough. Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right.
I don't suppose that you can get in touch with Wargrim's Sunboat.
You know Warner?
Yeah.
How is that old son of a bitch?
Well, last I saw him, he was doing quite well. He actually made my goggles for me and helped tap at the mask.
Oh,
Um,
wasn't that nice of him?
well, for the cost, of course.
Sure.
But he did say that he could possibly enhance them to not require any attunement.
Okay.
So I was curious if that would need to be sent to him, or if you could do that through here.
I mean, we could do it here. That is, he's just kind of eyeballing them. He's like, they don't look terribly complicated. That shouldn't be too big of an issue to do here. Well, if you really want Wargrim to do it, we could, have him
Oh,
help out.
I could have it done. I have no issue doing it here. It's just since he did the original enchantment, I thought it would be easier.
I mean, I've worked with Wargrim for a long time. He only, transferred out of Franco a couple years back. We're more than capable of meeting his very high standards. We can definitely get that done for you.
Excellent.
Probably about 2,000 if we're looking to peel that particular requirement off.
All right. Should I do that through the bank, or do you want it straight?
Either way, generally with these sorts of things, it's usually half up front, half on delivery. But I mean, y'all are solar metal recipients. I trust y'all to pay on delivery. If that's easier for all of you, wouldn't want to cause any inconvenience. Bank or cash in hand is fine.
Excellent.
Who do you bank with?
Whatever the bank's name is.
MLR.
Doors. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. We can go through the bank if you like. We've got multiple accounts with them.
I imagine they probably get very stuffy whenever you move large amounts around.
They are a treat to work with. But yes. We can definitely do this all through bank transfer. Is there anything else that you're looking for in addition to these sunglasses?
Yes. How to put this well? I've been completely submerged in water, and that doesn't do very well with paper. I've heard that there is a spell book that's waterproof.
Yeah. He'll actually go back at the brain. If you just want to head with him over to Doric's little arcane emporium, 36 and
Wait, what was the name of that place?
Doric's.
Dorks?
Doric.
Dorks Emporium.
Doric's emporium. Yeah. I mean, he sells a lot of little, spell implements. He's not too far from the Belleguin Academy or University, excuse me. Caters a lot to the students up there. He spells all kinds of spell components, implements, spell books. I'm sure he's got something that can help you there.
Excellent. I was also hoping for a rope of climbing. That's a thing, right?
Good
I think that's just a rope.
Very astute.
We could probably part with some of ours. We do keep a small stash here at the fort. Say 500.
All right. You weren't kidding about those numbers.
Yeah, I'm like, look at the ones you're like,
No,
1,000?
like legitimately, I was like, I probably should figure out how much all these cost. So I legitimately just, typed in how much does this cost and used whatever price.
Oh, gotcha.
I did that too, and mine were a lot cheaper. So Jacob's was like, damn, fuck. This sucks.
I feel a little bit better now.
I hadn't asked about the expensive one yet.
And I might not for a minute. Or, well, unless you're talking about the armor, then yes, I will ask about that one.
Which one?
The glamour armor, studded armor? Glamour?
Glamour stuff leather?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. We definitely put some of that together for more covert operation. Those are finicky. That's probably going to run you closer to 11,000.
Alright.
We might look around for other prices on that one.
I will blame you for that one.
Can't lie, they are not my favorite to work with.
That's entirely fair, and it'd probably be a bit of a pain, since all of them have to be done separately, since there's, people who are about my size and people who are about his size, gestures to John.
It's funny, the bigger ones are easier. Just when you bunch it up like that, it's very hard to make sure all your circuits don't get crossed. It's just, ugh. Anyways, sorry, I don't want to be talk shop. But yeah, I'd say probably 11,000 if you want to get that done here. I'm sure there's folk at Freeport that could do that for you, but I wouldn't expect too much of a variation. They can be a little. Anything else? Out of character, I saw.
Burberry
Still
still
got the
had
whole
some, I thought, but
necklace. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask about the necklace.
Okay. Yeah. Is this a water thing again?
Once you've had a ship crack in half, it's never quite the same again.
That's fair. I do not believe that we actually have any in stock, but they are not terribly difficult to make. I'd say probably about 600.
Could I actually get 2 of those? And I would like one of them to look like this.
Pass him a little sketch of a design.
Lauren's
Yeah.
kidding. She's being real fucking nosy right now. She's like, what's with all this goddamn secret ass notes?
He takes it. He's like, sure, we can do that.
What is it?
Fold it up and just tuck it into it. So 1,200 for 2 such necklaces. 500 on the rope. You can walk out of here with that if you like. 11,000 on the glamour studded leather. That spell book, that's going to be like 60 probably at that shop. Sunglasses to 2,000. Anything else for you?
I believe that's it.
Okay, fair enough. That just leaves you two. It points to Noelle and
I
Warren.
can go because mine's pretty quick. I wanted that studded leather as well, but I think I'm going to look around a little bit before committing to 11,000 gold purchase.
That's fair.
2 simple things, I think. I've heard there are elven boots that can make you a little more sneaky. Is that a thing?
Oh, like the boot equivalent of the cloak?
Yes.
Those do exist. They are a very, very useful item, often paired with said stuff leather. Much easier to make though. Sand damping is pretty basic stuff. We're looking at probably about 400.
400 I can do. And then possibly maybe getting this cloak I have that my friend Burberry made for me, enchanted with a protection spell.
Oh, let me take a look. You did a good job with this. This
Yes, they did.
probably won't be too difficult. Didn't quote this one. You didn't tell you.
I mentioned it.
I forgot.
Did mention it.
This would probably also be about 600.
600. Okay. Wait, didn't you say 400 for the boots?
400 for the boots.
So 1,000 total, and then the armor I will look around for. 1,000, yes, totally. That's fine.
Okay, cool. So, anything else? I'll look over to Lauren.
I would like a barrier tattoo.
A what?
A tattoo that is like.
We don't do tattoos in the army, ma'am. I'm
But
kidding.
it's like-
I'm kidding. What are we talking about exactly?
a barrier tattoo.
So, talking him through this idea of yours, he's definitely like, that's novel.
She's like, I have a tattoo that does other things, and then she'll kind of show him how the tattoo will change and stuff.
Interesting.
Think about using this as the base for it.
He kind of sits back and grabs like a scratch pad and kind of starts jotting down a couple of things, like doing some math. Chews on his pencil a little bit, and eventually he's like, I think I could probably do something like that. I won't lie, I've never done anything like that before. How much protection are we looking for with this exactly?
I think it's the rare one I wanted to do.
Okay. He
Let me
continues
double check.
doing some math as you're kind of describing, like just
So I think very rare is insane.
very,
Expensive.
very rare would be tens of thousands.
Yeah, so the rare one.
Yeah, the rare one, excuse me. He's doing the math and he's thinking about it. He's like, this is probably going to take me some couple tries. Conservatively, I would estimate 13.
I'll shop around probably. Let's see.
If y'all are shopping around, should I expect you to come back if you don't find a better deal? Or,
Probably.
Okay, I'll hold on to these then. He'll kind of take a couple of those notes, write a new note that's kind of like a maybe, and just kind of tack that to a corkboard
I
behind
can
him.
also talk to you with sending if we make any decisions.
Oh, excellent. What was your name again?
Noel.
Actually, I don't think I got any of these names. I'm sorry. Noel, Lauren,
Barnaby Ray Otis the third.
Mr. Rayotis the third. Okay, and he quickly relabels his notes, kind of gets everything organized, tabulated. He says, well, you guys definitely have a lot here, but a couple of things I can send you home with today. The rest of it will probably need to wait. And you have a few things on here that are maybes that you may come back for, maybe not, we'll see. But
I had more. It's not close to being done.
apologies, yes.
Laura's got like a
Scroll
whole
of-
fucking list.
Yeah.
Big tattoo.
Scroll of dreams.
Of what now?
A scroll of
A
dreams.
scroll of dreams.
Yes. It lets me cast the spell dream.
Spell. Okay, got it. Spell scrolls. Dream. Not familiar with that one myself. I will look that one up for you.
Do you know anybody that might have it on hand?
On hand? I don't. You might be able to get spare scrolls out of Anne Hamlin Academy or Bellegoy University.
So go to the schools. Got it. Okay.
Some of the faculty might have some scrolls they're sitting on. Otherwise, those would also be our recommendation to get it made, to be honest with you. But that one I don't know. Sorry to say.
Okay. Amulet of non-detection.
This is a normal thing to ask for.
Just curious. We did just kill a bunch of pirate lords and leave one pirate lord without his allies.
Fair.
And he'll know all of our names. So.
Truth be told, we do actually make a decent number of these as well. It's just not often you get civilians asking for this.
We're really civilians at this point.
He kind of looks at the medals like, yeah, y'all are kind of on the up and coming right now. Amulet like that, you might have some I can sell you. If not, I can make you one either way. Say 450.
450.
Yep.
Cool.
That's not bad.
That's pretty freaking good.
They're not terribly difficult to make.
And sending stones. Oh, sending stones.
Okay, we'll say 450 for those two.
That was it.
Okay.
I had a weird question out of character.
Out of character, yes.
There was an item that I saw while randomly perusing lists of magic items that I was like, this seems amusing, but I have no idea how to ask for this, and I don't actually want to ask for it because the nature of the thing doesn't seem like something you'd ask for, which is a mystery key, which is a common magic item that has a 5% chance of opening the lock that it's put into.
That sounds like a joke.
I also have the chime of opening that we have literally never used.
Yeah.
We do have a for sure opener.
No, as I said, I just thought it was funny. Like, it's on the 5e community wiki, so I wasn't sure.
So, full disclosure, I had a mystery key as one of the loot items for Daggermore that I was going to give you guys. And then, like, halfway through, I was kind of looking at everybody's item list again for some reason. I was like, oh, wait, you guys have a chime. You don't fucking need this. So I changed it. And that's where the capability came from. Lo and behold, the session after Daggermore ends. So mystery keys. Where would I get one of those?
Well, because like in my brain, I was like, maybe just somebody has like a box of keys somewhere, and I know that if I walked in, I was like, that's a random box of keys.
Like
Yeah, sure. Why?
They're probably like student projects. Like, all right, children. Today we'll be studying in opening charm. Enchant your keys.
But
F. All of are Fs. I'll go in the fucking failure drawer.
yeah, because of the nature of the thing, I was like, I don't want to ask about this because again, like by nature,
they're slightly shifting. Yeah.
Right. So it's just like, can I run into some of those? Because that would be very funny.
I mean, I'll be honest. You probably would see one at the like a fucking bin of them at that Emporium when you go with Barnaby.
Okay.
It's just like fucking shitty student products. It's like 10 gold a pop. Might open a lock. You never know.
Okay.
Lo and behold, they're all
Cool.
just regular keys. No magic to be seen.
Well, I don't know about you, but if I had a 5% chance of finding the actual key for something and it always worked, that'd be somehow worse.
Yeah.
Much better. So it's better to have it disappear after one.
Yeah, that's for real. But yeah.
I also,
All right, but we'll get there when we get there.
I have a question for this guy. I guess it's for the party first. Does anyone want this Weapon of the Dark Moon? I've had it, and I think I've fired it once, and I probably shouldn't have it if I only fired it once over 2 quests. So
I won't ever use it, so.
Because it is... the problem is it's attunement, which is very annoying for a +1 weapon. If nobody wants it, we should just sell it. That's kind of what I'm pitching here. Does anyone want an attunement +1 weapon that can vary in strength?
I think I'm okay. It is very... I remember this because whenever it popped up, and it was a very neat item, but I seem to lean pretty hard on spells myself, so...
Yeah, well, all my attunement slots are going to be taken shortly, so I'm not going to be able to use it anymore for sure.
Bears don't use guns, knives.
Yeah,
or
we
any
should just
weapons.
keep it on hand for whatever random NPC.
I would at least
If
give it to this guy
if
to.
you ever need a magic weapon to deal damage to something through the resistance,
Yeah.
that's when you'll be like, dang it, that dark moon
Well, we
fucking
have
dagger.
Aloran's moon sickle technically too.
Now you have a sickle. True.
I do
Okay,
have a
at the
sickle.
very least, I won't necessarily sell it right now, but I'd give it to this guy to just say, hey, what do you think this is worth?
What does it do?
Well, if you focus on it for 10 minutes, you can turn it into any weapon you're proficient with. It has a +1 bonus to attacks and damage. And depending on the phase of the moon, it gets stronger or weaker.
Huh. I mean, sounds handy. I'd part with that for 500. If I were gonna sell it myself.
500.
I have again weird out of character question. Would this be like the scariest thing on the planet during the winter solstice?
I can actually look at that right now.
Depends what phase of the moon is in.
Yeah, and it's one of the moons specifically. Winter solstice. What the fuck? That's a moth. Get out of here. Nasty ass bug.
Or rather, how badass would it be during a solar eclipse? Or lunar eclipse? The one where the moon blocks the sun.
Be a specific one of the specific moons. I think it might.
Oh yeah, now solar, because solar is when the blue moon blocks the sun, and lunar is when the Earth blocks the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if it's a full moon is a D12. So if it counts as a full moon, it'd be a D12.
So that the moon that it is tied to, Belethil, I think it is actually a new moon 2 days before the solstice.
Oh.
So it will be at its weakest.
I will say,
around the
traditionally,
solstice.
this weapon does seem to line up when the moon is weakening with our quests.
Yeah. The next new moon, or the next full moon, excuse me, it looks like it is the 31st of next month.
Okay.
Is the next new moon, or next full moon. The new moon, because the moon is currently waning right now. The new moon looks like it is on the 1st of next month. So after the 1st, it'll be getting stronger until the 31st.
Okay. Well, I'll hold on to it for now, but thank you for the appraisal.
Okay, sure. Where did you find that? That's very interesting.
I think that was Fey roll on the corpse of a Fey demon.
Okay, got it. Well, that answers that question.
Yeah, how
So
long
let me
are
see
those? Is you just gonna get in contact with each of us when our stuff is done, or should we come back in 2 weeks? Or
Yes. If we are ready to commit, then yeah, we can start. I can definitely get those divvied out to people. So the common items that I don't believe anyone has actually commissioned common from this guy. Yeah, nobody commissioned common from this guy. The uncommon items will be done on the 3rd.
That's my birth. Is that my birthday?
No.
No. Okay.
The 3rd of next month, not the month after.
Got it. Okay.
So the Sending Stones, the Lantern of Revealing, the Necklace of Adaptation, and the Boots of Elvenkind will all be done on the 3rd.
Okay. The sending stones and the amulet I weren't 100% sold on, so I'm not commissioning those yet.
Oh, you're not?
No, I was just curious what the price would be. The two things that I want, he had like no real answer for me. So.
What about the cloak of protection? Did you say that?
The cloak would be also on the 3rd.
Okay.
Sorry. Let me add that to the list because I forgot to make a note of him. And he did say that he could try the tattoo, just that it would be expensive.
Yeah.
So those will be done on the 3rd. If you do want the tattoo, that and the sunglasses, the glamored studded leather, the gloves of swiftness, and that'd be it. So those are the rare items you guys asked this guy about, and those will be done on the 59th of next month.
Okay. I don't think either of us actually commissioned the glamour studded leather yet, but
Oh, I went ahead. I'm gonna go and do it now because.
oh, you're just doing
And
it.
the
Okay.
tattoo would fall into that as well.
Okay, I'm not commissioning that yet.
Okay. And then he did say he might have the amulet on hand that he could just sell you today. The rope of climbing, he can sell you today. And there was one more thing. I'm trying to find out where it was.
What was the amulet? It's not the non-detection one, right?
The amulet of detection and location, of protection against detection, proof against detection and location.
Oh, he did have that one on hand.
He might, yeah. He said he's going to go
okay,
check his closet, and he said it would be $450.
Okay.
And then I think those were the only two things he said he would have on hand, potentially.
Yeah, I thought about going to compare prices, but like honestly, I'm already way under budget from my point of view. So I'm just like, yeah, okay.
I'm over budget, so what I was originally.
Me and Laura need to be more frugal.
I'm gonna go look around.
Go look for a better price.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's always the option of making it yourself if you want to try that.
It's tempting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, do we want the rope and the amulet? Because he'll go back to the armory. He'll just tell you guys just.
The amulet of non-detection.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna pass for the moment.
Okay.
But potentially.
I like those amulets, but they require attunement, which sucks.
Yeah, I think that's like my biggest thing against it is that it requires attunement. So that's the only reason I don't really want it.
Okay. So. Well, Burberry, for 500 gold pieces, you are now the proud owner of a rope of climbing. Congratulations.
Cool. Now, next time I get stuck at the bottom of the gorge, I will be slightly less inclined to get screwed up.
Cool.
So
This is just what I do every character.
Shop around with me.
Potentially. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, did he give us like a recommendation of someone to talk to for rarer stuff?
Yeah, he'll give you guys a couple of people you could set up meetings with, and see what they think about these sorts of things. He's not setting up with craftsmen specifically. He's got brokers that he talks to, no craftsmen, because obviously they want to keep their identities, off the.
Oh,
off the grid.
I did have a query actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you would know this or not, but do you know Landrin Semplotable?
Sounds familiar.
He's a gemstone broker.
I do know that guy. Yep. We've done some business with him in the past.
He said that he would be coming into town at some point in the next month. I just wasn't sure if he popped up yet, but if the name's really ringing a bell, the answer to that's probably no.
Well, it's been a while since I've seen him. To my memory, he tends to take a pretty wide circuit through the Emerald Sea. If I remember right, I think he tries to be in town for the solstice. Although I think this time of year he would be in Sarashore, I think.
Well, color me impressed.
Genuinely surprised that man has not been fucking shanghaied sunk, sailing around with a ship full of fucking gemstones. Seems like a terrible idea to me.
Well, I guess now there's a 1 in 7 chance less that he's going to get hijacked.
It's true. Y'all really got fucking plunder. Goddamn. I'm sure this is the 1,000th time you heard it, but color me impressed. Genuinely, that is that's a big pull.
For what it's worth, we go by the name of Lost Emeralds. I know I've heard the Montalban 7 floating around.
5 of the Montalban.
Yeah, you guys said you hadn't been to town for a while since that happened, right? Yeah, y'all were in the paper not long after that all went down. Although, from the sound of it, they were not able to talk to anyone but the Dragonborn feller, Grimbo or something.
Yep.
Grimbo.
Yeah.
Good old
I don't
Grimbo.
remember his name.
Anyways.
Brynbor, I believe.
Brynmore, yes.
Yeah, it was Grimbor.
Grimbo.
Yeah. He said you guys had already gone off on to your next adventure, so nobody really knows anything.
I thought we told him that we were the Lost Emeralds and made him like.
Don't remember.
I don't recall, to be honest.
Okay.
No,
I thought we had.
we made him an honorary Lost Emeralds member.
Yeah, we
That
did.
definitely
Like
happened.
the Lost Emeralds. That was a whole conversation we had with Hitkey and Brynbor. We
Maybe he
talked
didn't
about
like the name, he's just forcibly rebranding us.
Yeah.
No, the 7 was a paper thing. Chronicle called you that, for lack of a better title. It stuck, but
Well,
I think for what it's worth, Lost Emeralds does have a nice ring to it. Kind of hometown heroes got a vibe too, you know.
Yeah. Well, now no one will ever know it was us.
we'll put it low on the priority list to get that resolved.
If you're looking to
okay
get
with
your
that.
name out there, I think that little reporter might actually be interested in following up on it. He's been asking around, trying to find out who the other members of the 7 were.
I'll think about it.
I'm just gonna lean over and just say, "You can leave me out of that conversation, please."
We can go full Karen mode on him again.
I'm gonna try not to. I honestly might write a letter to the Bank of Himmelar. I feel bad.
Write a letter to the bank.
Yeah, just
Oh.
be like, hey, sorry,
A
I
Lord?
completely blew up on you.
Lauren
I
was,
had some unplaced aggression.
Yeah.
see, Lauren was just like riding the wave of Noelle's fury. She was like, "Oh, we're gonna be petty AF.
Fuck yeah, let's go." I got backup.
Yeah.
Not my proudest moment. All right, I think we're done.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So, wrapped up at the Fort Franco Armory. You guys have a number of items commissioned. What do you want to do now?
What time in the day is it?
It's probably
Really early, honestly.
hour or two before noon, roughly.
Okay. I think Lauren will probably just try to go shop for magic items then. Try to get that squared away.
Well, I was gonna say,
Maybe send a-
we could talk about possibly enchanting. Like, this might be a good opportunity to discuss that between the two of us. Because I mean, Noelle doesn't know anything about enchanting, but if we find 2 other people and we help each other, we can get our enchanting time down to 8 days each, which is pretty quick.
Oh, ooh, wait, Erin, Gatewatch.
Is she
I
going
know
to
she doesn't
want
have the guidance.
to? She's probably working
I don't
on
know.
what's his name? Gerald's armor.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think they have the funds for Gerald's armor,
Mm.
from what I was told.
For
So
replacement armor.
I don't think that's a thing. But we can always ask.
I would
Or
also ask
say-
Burberry, do you know if anyone in the Conclave would be able to help us with that? Is that a thing the Conclave does?
Can I roll history?
Is there
Sure,
any, mages who help?
Do
with
I get
armor?
advantage?
I would say just history. Yeah, no advantage.
Dang it. Oh, that's all right. I'm actually pretty good
We
at
believe in
history.
you.
It's an unnatural 20.
Hey,
Oh,
um,
I have a +5 in history.
so the conclave as an overarching organization does not do a lot of enchanting services. I will say the Temple of Andraster, which is one of the temples of the new gods. Temple of Andraster is very big on craft and mastery, and they do a lot of enchantment. But they are sort of the exception to the rule among the conclave.
is that a thing
I
in
feel
town?
like they'd have actually like the nicest temples since they have the
Yeah.
most steady income.
You would be correct. Yeah, that does track.
Is that a local thing or no?
So the Temple of Viridia is the primary conclave presence in Freeport, and that is sort of a pantheon temple. It's sort of has it's sort of a meeting place for representatives of all of the many temples. There is probably some representation from the Temple of Andraster there, so that is a place you could ask. And I will say with a 20 Berber, you'd also know that the Temple of Andraster does tend to avail themselves more to like local government and defense contracting kind of stuff versus like, oh, some guy just walked in and asked if we could make him a magic sword. Yeah, okay, sure.
What about some heroes walked in?
That is a different story, and you might have some pull there. So, yeah, the Temple of Andraster is definitely an option. You could.
I think before we go shopping, we should start there, Lauren, and just talk to some people and see if we can get a group together for a couple weeks.
Okay. I will say I feel like we'd still have to pay all those people.
It depends. I can't imagine it being more expensive.
Yeah.
'Cause
But
enchanting's
I would like to point out we might have to. But yeah, we can start there. And if not, we can go ask Aaron and Gerald and see if.
Well, we
'cause I know
could
Gerald.
go to the Presidium right now, too, because we're really close to it.
You are literally like 20 minutes to the Presidium.
We go say hi to
Yeah,
people.
Wait, did Gerald know I'm coming to Freeport?
Did you send him a message?
I don't think. Did I send him a message last
I
night?
don't remember. You guys were pretty busy the
I
past.
think your
couple
last message was like, hey, I found out about the Leviathan.
Also,
Go look it up.
we got Bloodbeard.
Okay, perfect. I should be like, yeah, let's go surprise Gerald.
Yeah.
I'll be so surprised.
One more
I
panic
also
attack.
want to see if Savannah actually got her toy.
Oh, Susanna.
Susanna. Yes, sorry.
Okay. Sure. Um,
I need to know if I need to cut a bitch.
Also, is it safe to say that we're going to be in like Freeport for a few weeks since we're getting all these magic items?
Boy, it sure seems like it.
Okay, cool. She's gonna pull out sending stuff. Hey, yo, bitch, Adlar, get your ass to Freeport. We're gonna fucking party.
Hey, what's that holiday?
we got some holidays coming up, and if you think we ain't getting fucked up, you're playing. And that'll be her message to me.
Okay. The reply you get is very groggy. He's like, "What, Lauren? I'm not. What? Freeport? You're off Tagamore. Oh, good. Okay. Yep.
It's almost noon.
Waking up,
He was
finding
drunk as
water. I'm very hungover." And that's the last of the message.
Okay, I'll wait and see if he responds later to get some clarification.
So, Lauren, I have a question for you, and this is merely out of curiosity. So, do you have one boyfriend or two?
I don't know. I wouldn't consider Adlar a boyfriend personally, but
So he would be a booty
my
call?
best friend. No, well, no, he's like a drinky call. He's like, hey, you want to get drunk? Let's drink.
That's fair.
All right. I just need to know how awkward conversations are going to be later, so it's good to get this.
Well, I think she'd be like, well, I'm decently positive that Adlar's into me, but like, He said a few things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But,
Whenever you have free time today, I did want to set aside like an hour to chat with you when we're done with all of our errands.
what type of chit chat?
Do you want the light answer or the honest answer?
Honest, hit her with it.
One you're probably not going to like.
Wonderful. Well, I'll see you when I see you, Burberry.
Oh, well, that's such a shame. I had this fresh bottle of booze I was saving for you, but I guess I'll just drink it by myself.
No.
Would you do it for an Lauren stack?
I'm sorry. I guess I can stay.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
So, the Presidium, right? You guys make your way past Fort Franco, well clear of the edge of Freeport, making your way through sort of the grassy dunes of the north side of the peninsula. And before long, you see the decrepit, crumbling fortress of Presidium 12 jutting out over the water, waves crashing up against.
Quick question before we actually walk in. Is Doric's Emporium like in that direction, or is it in a different?
Doric's Emporium is back in Freeport.
No, I know. I meant like since we're leaving Freeport and heading to the Presidium, is Doric's Emporium between those 2 points?
Nope.
Okay.
Fort Franco was on the edge of Freeport, and you are now just completely clear of Freeport. So
Okay.
you need to head back into town to get to Doric's. So,
Okay.
Heading into the Presidium, winds kind of whistling over the reeds. You guys make your way to the gate, which is characteristically barred and closed.
No.
Wait, Lauren's gonna be real obnoxious. Let me in! Oh wait, actually no. She's gonna try to be surprised, Gerald.
Yes.
So she'll turn into like a mouse or something and be like, "Hide me, I'm not here," and she'll have Noel pick her up or something.
Okay.
Or she'll turn into
oh
a
god, I don't
spider.
have my hood anymore.
She's a very tiny spider. She should be very
Oh
easy to
god,
hide.
it's a spider.
And she'll tell you to like pat Gerald on the shoulder or something. And
Okay, wait,
transfer-
I got it. I have these little like sleeve cuff things. I'll just kind of tuck you in there. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. So Lauren's hiding as a spider on
Yep.
Noel, and somebody knocks on the gate, and
Hello.
yeah, you can faintly hear the sound of swords clanging in the in sort of the
Courtyard.
the courtyard. That sound stops, and you hear very muffled voices, barely audible over the wind. Before much closer at hand, you hear someone say, "Who is it?"
It's the Lost Emeralds.
Oh shit! Hey guys, one sec. And
It's Rainer.
there's a sound of wood scraping and a loud something drops to the ground. And moments later, the big heavy gate swings forward, and standing in front of you, white hair dripping with sweat, is Rainer with a big smile on his face. It's like, hey, it's been a while.
Yes. I see
Where's
you're
the
busy
work?
as always. I'm not
Yeah,
sure she
yeah,
ran off
yeah.
into town earlier. Oh.
Yeah, Secundo, hey, it's them. And you can see that Secundo is currently like dusting himself off and picking up his sword, also dripping with sweat. And he looks over and waves to you guys as I'm walking over. You're back. How was it? How was everything? We fucking heard about Monty Bon. Holy shit.
Yeah, we kind of wanted to catch up with you guys. If you
Yeah.
don't mind, could we come in?
Yeah. Come on in. Yeah, Gideon was saying you guys got some fucking crazy shit out there. Like, holy.
We
cow.
do owe them a lot of gratitude for coming and helping.
Yes.
Hey, we fucking owe you for roping him into that. I mean, we haven't eaten this good in like a year. We're low key though. Yeah. Come in. And Secundo's just like, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah, you get to catch your breath.
Yeah, I'll be over. Brandon's like, you should have seen me. I fucking comboed the shit out of him. He's like, oh my god, just like bam. I had you like almost, and then they knocked. I had you. It's like, hey, listen, you're
Sakuna sounds like he's fucking dying.
Yeah, Sakuno's fucking winded.
Sakuno needs to remember to DI out.
Here, have a squid sickle. It's nice and chilled.
Cool.
You have to do it like that. Roll the d20, Pletz. Roll the d20.
He's like, it's so tart. But it's weirdly refreshing. And he does not give it back. He holds on to it.
Just add that to the stuff that Plet didn't think was going to be this funny when he initially pitched.
And that was great.
You're welcome.
Would you like one too, Rainer?
Oh my god, I fucking love these.
Right?
That was a nat 20. I haven't had these since I was a kid. Oh my god.
Right.
Where
I'm
did
so
you get these?
excited. Oh, over on Montabon, actually.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Nobody around here knows how to make them.
Yeah, what was that guy's name?
Wait, I got this. I wrote it down. Because of course I did.
I remember it, but
Sark Scuds.
Mr. Scuds.
Mr. Scuds.
I will share 3 more squidsticles with my other squidstickle loving friend.
And yeah, they will lead you into the Presidium Fortress, and as soon as they're in the doors, Rainer's already like fucking screaming, "We have company!" And you just hear his voice like echoing up the stairs and down the halls. And moments later, you hear Gideon's voice echoing from stories up. No need to yell. And before long, you see him round a corner at the top of the stairs and making his way down towards you. Still guarding the same blindfold and the characteristic clasped wing cloak that he always has over his shoulders. And as he makes his way down the stairs, he nods to all of you and says, "Well, it's been some time. I'll be fair."
It's been a while. Is Gerald around? I haven't seen him.
He is somewhere. And he kind of looks around. Wait, yeah. Secundo, could you maybe go find Gerald for us? And he's like, yeah, sure. And he'll make his way into the castle and kind of stop looking around like, oh, wait, where do I go? I guess I didn't see him upstairs. Maybe try the dungeons. And just goes like, sure. And he'll head downstairs.
Oh god, he's dead.
Meanwhile, Gideon is turned back to the rest of you and he says, well, Gerald mentioned that you had gotten up to some pretty gnarly shit, I believe was his exact phrasing.
Yes, we
What
did.
happened on Daggermore?
I don't know why you're looking at Lauren. She's not here.
I'm a spider. Waiting to spook Gerald.
Gideon is staring at a spot like directly over your shoulder, Noelle.
I
Go ahead.
Okay, what if a Lorne moves to the other shoulder?
And he just tracks your movement.
Gideon notices Noelle shudder.
He's
like,
like,
I have a question. Gideon, do you have? Can I roll to see if I know what true sight is? Do I know what true sight is?
Sure, give me an Arcana check.
Okay. That's a 20, unnatural.
I think you're familiar with the concept.
Do you have true sight perchance?
And he just kind of cocks his head and he like makes direct eye contact with you, Lauren,
She's like hiding.
where you're like hiding in Noelle's like sleeve cuff, and he just says, "You really should see what you look like."
If a spider can do pouty face, it's big pouty face.
She's trying to scare the bejesus out of Gerald later.
I won't tell.
Also, please do not crawl back and forth, Lauren.
She'll start wiggling a little bit.
Yes, we did end up
It
in
should be a
some.
mouse.
I can see you. ma'am.
Shh.
That's quite indecent.
Shit, man.
You see little spider arms go, what?
Spider twerking.
We
What do
did.
I look like in this form? Sorry.
You can't say shit. You're a spider.
God damn it. Or after.
But he is just watching you with like the most bemused expression on his face.
Okay, what if she tries to flick him off as a spider?
I saw that.
She's like doing it on every single little hand.
We did get a. What are you?
She's just fucking around.
Gideon
No,
like mind pulling off a glove.
She ducks. She's like, oh no.
I'm sorry for whatever she's doing.
What's
Very
going on?
unsure if she should be.
You'll hear Gerald's voice coming from the dungeon.
Ooh, she's gonna start
stairwell.
crawling down. Noel.
There was shenanigans. There were pirate lords and fights with said pirate lords and one teeny tiny little break. And I think a lord made some new friends that didn't survive to the end of the journey.
Is he staring at Spider alone now?
He was listening. He was listening to Burberry while kind of occasionally watching you as you crawl down the stair, down Burberry.
Down the Noel.
Noel's. Yeah. And he just kind of cocks an eyebrow as Burberry explains all that. At the same time,
Friends.
Gerald is has appeared like at the top of the dungeon stairs and has made his way. And he's always like, "Oh, it's good to see all of you."
Hi,
She's gonna
Gerald.
crawl up Gerald as stealthily as possible.
Sure, give me a stealth check.
Got a 13 plus like 4, I think. Maybe that's enough. He's gonna squish her. She's gonna be like,
17.
owie. Oh, a 15.
Noelle, you've got something on your back. Here, let me get that.
Someone distract Gerald while I do this. Give me.
Yeah, Gerald's. I mean, he's looking around at all of you. He's like, "Where's Warren at?" As you are like crawling up like his back.
We're
And
not supposed to tell you.
No sooner has he said that than Gideon says, "Oh, Gerald," and he bam, smacks his back. Yeah, that's gonna be like a fucking 20 to hit.
Yeah, that's a spider.
And you're going to pop off of his back and like up against the wall and then onto the stairs and like tumble down like 5 steps. And Gerald's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "You had a spider on your back."
It was a lord.
And he just looks down the stairs at you with this little smirk and then backs up a bit as Gerald is like walking to like, "Oh Lord, oh my God, are you okay?"
She's like, that fucking hurt. God damn.
He'll just very quietly say next to Burberry, "No, I told her she would pay for that one."
And you didn't tell him? Like, meekly offers a high five.
Very quietly, he will meet your gesture. And yeah, Gerald will help you up the stairs and be like, "Oh my God, are you all right? Jesus,
Bro,
that
you
really
just
hurt."
smacked the shit out of me. And I fell down a flight of stairs.
I saw a spider crawling up my good friend Gerald's back.
Also, what did you mean? What do I look like in that form?
You were curled up around Noelle's neck like a mink skin.
What? I'm just like this big lord.
I can see you like that. Wait, you knew that was her? We're even now.
Yep.
You kids have fun. He's gonna turn back to the stairs and begin making his way.
Oh, he's not gonna ask about what we all
Did you not want to hear
learned.
about Monty Bond? Oh, you were there.
Oh right.
Oh,
I was there. I was there for that. I was not there for that. I had forgotten
they
we were
didn't hear
discussing
about the
that.
Leviathan, though.
You knew it was gonna happen. Don't give me that look, Gideon.
Yeah, Gerald's definitely just like, "So okay, everybody calm the fuck down. Are you okay? Good? All right."
I'm gonna smack the shit out of you later.
Just wait till I'm like 5 more levels.
Gideon's just like, "Yeah, good luck."
I don't know.
What happened on Daggermore?
And
Absolutely nothing. Somebody else can talk about it.
we give them the story. We don't have to go over the whole thing.
Okay.
We
do
do
you
not-
conceal anything or alter any details?
I do not talk about how I fucked.
I think I
two
make it
pirate
sound
lords.
like we're a little more. Yeah, we'll cut out of Lauren's whatever she wishes to cut, and I'll make us sound more competent than we were.
I feel like we start talking about the pirate lords, and Laura's just like,
She's like,
We had the 7 pirate lords. Okay, sorry.
we don't speak of pirate lords.
Which are now down to 5.
Holy shit.
And
I've heard stories, but damn. Good job.
it was harrowing.
there was also a giant sea urchin.
Mm-hmm. That's the Leviathan. It's a giant sea urchin. Oh, that thing that
Yeah.
that the Green Wardens found off of Pharaoh. That's just like one of its little urchin thingies.
I admit, whenever I hear the word Leviathan, I usually think of like a big serpentine creature, so it was kind of weird to see a sea urchin.
I think Gideon will chime in at that point. He's like, it's likely that is not necessarily the thing's historical name.
Oh, I also have an eggshell from the creature.
How do you?
Yeah, it's in my bag. I don't know what Alexi wants me to do with it, but if you want to look at it, she'll just.
If you want to leave it here, Alexi is
They're on good terms.
physically with some regularity.
Oh, that also reminds me, talking about Alexi, he might try to get at least Varys or Ranzal here for some questioning, potentially. Because they're both part of the Leviathan cult, I
Really?
think. Potentially, maybe. He has to talk to the.
Aren't they being held in Unadizith?
I think so, but I know that was something he had talked about.
We're still not really sure how that is all going to play out. It's kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I would be surprised if the East Alliance decided to surrender custody to us, but Alexi's one of a try, I suppose. As far as the eggshell goes, yes, we can definitely hold that here. Alexi is over enough now, I'm sure.
Are you guys like best friends? Are you BFFs?
He just kind of smiles at you, very tight-lipped.
She's like, sorry.
And
sorry.
just like very casually, just like brushes his hand off on his shirt before clasping his hands again.
Gideon, you're being so sassy today.
You should have seen what you look like.
I feel inclined to ask, does this Leviathan stuff ring any bells for End of the Gatewatch? Or we messaged Gerald about it, but we haven't heard back since, I don't think.
It's been like a day. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we've been kind of combing the archives, but well, he'll turn back to me. Yes, well, the Leviathan, as it is being called, does not come up in any of our documentation. That said, it's very possible that whatever this creature is on record under a different name. I'm not confident that this creature was named after it was discovered. Something based off of my brief research. This Law Sharog fellow, this cult leader,
Mm-hmm.
given to understand that he's been looking into this creature for some time now.
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure they're kind of like the same kind of thing as Willem, but with big giant sea creature.
Sure. And you said that he had never seen the creature himself.
No, but he wanted to question survivors.
Wow.
So.
It sounds to me as though this man struck a pact with an entity in his youth and simply followed that breadcrumb trail to whatever power he milked from it. I'm hopeful that we might be able to find something on this thing on record. I Fortunately, don't have a good heading to go off of as of yet.
Well,
However,
Ranzol raised the creature. So,
the hatchling.
yes. He has like a whole notebook describing about how he fed his entire village to it.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess she would hand it to him. He's like, if you want to look at it.
He'll take it and like start to page through it before he's like, wait, I just handed the Gerald.
Oh.
Starts reading it.
Sorry.
Gideon will continue. I do think that based off of the item you found off, or I guess the wardens found off the coast of Farrell, we can probably pretty safely conclude this creature's fiendish in nature. In which case, I do think there is a strong possibility it may be a relic of the seventh incursion.
A relic of what? Sorry.
The seventh incursion.
I assume that's not the last incursion.
And that was the most recent one, yes.
Oh, it was the same thing. Okay, different name.
Yes. Wait, what was the name that you had?
I just remember Gerald's talking about like the last incursion or whatever. It was 50 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same as the seventh incursion.
Yeah, that's the same one. That's the last incursion. And he'll say Landor would have been the epicenter of that particular conflict, which I do think means we could start looking there for clues as to its nature and origin. And there's still a matter of the Hill on Abyss as well, which Alexei has mentioned he still has plans to continue investigating.
The fuck was I gonna say? I don't remember. Something about the last incursion. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that might be good news, right? That it excuse me, that it came from the incursion 50 years ago, because now there's that baby one that's gotten into the water, and maybe it takes a long time for them to grow up.
Based on what the notebook said, it was growing really fast.
Well, dogs grow really fast until... Oh, I guess that's not a good idea. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I mean, 50 years is a long time. Maybe it's just a fast initially. I'm just worried about the baby one.
Same.
Well, I wish I could say that we had the manpower to go hunting for it, but we are not exactly equipped for it. I think we might need to leave that to your friends over at the keep, Miss Alorn. Hopefully they are more ready to move on this than we are. But in the meantime, I can reach out to Durin and see if he has any insight into this. Although he has been hard to get a hold of for any length of time recently.
Have you been able to get a hold of him?
Yes, but his answers are usually very short-spoken or completely unrelated. I get the sense he is in the middle of some sort of operation in Landor. And he has not really had the time, it seems, to update us on what exactly is happening down there. But I can pass it along. At the very least, once he knows, he can start looking on his own.
True. Well, I guess that's everything we've been up to.
Oh,
Glad to see you're all right.
thank you.
It's been crazy.
Been wild.
Is Secundo still nearby?
Yeah, Sakuna would have come up the stairs behind Gerald.
And Burberry will turn to him and say, so how's the mouse in the walls?
Hmm? She's good.
Did she get the trinket?
Yeah, she was very taken with that. Thank you for that, by the way.
Of course, I'm glad.
Yeah.
Make sure it arrived.
It's not really often that she gets to get anything like that, really. Thank you.
I
No, spoil her with gifts.
it can get it can be very lonely being by yourself for long periods of time when the adults are busy.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for her. Her and I are probably going to be ready to head out on our first mission soon, and I'm not sure what she's going to do without me here. She's a little young to start training, so she's kind of just stuck.
Is she out?
He kind of glances over his shoulder up the stairs, and you can see he's standing at the top of the landing, like just peeking around the corner. There is a small girl with long, dark hair, very ring style, but just like these big red pupiled eyes, just like staring down the stairs at you all watching this gathering.
He'll wave.
And she just kind of like ducks back for a moment before kind of poking out one hand and just waving down at you. And the eye kind of peeks around the corner again and just keeps watching.
I was thinking about picking up some books in town. Does she like to read?
She's not a big reader.
What does she like to do?
Well,
I can show her some really cool ocean stuff. If that's okay. Actually, it might be a little cold. I forget. I'm not cold underwater.
I actually don't know how she feels about water. But I haven't had a chance to take her out swimming, really.
Can always teach her how to swim. That's always important. Believe it or not, I used to watch all the kids in my village. Do I get some like raised eyebrows at that?
Yes, very much so. It's too bad it's hidden behind a mask.
And sunglasses.
No, because my glasses are not on me.
That's true. It's just a mask. Yeah, I think Secundo, he kind of like politely smiles and then he says,
To be fair, I was a much different person before my entire village got slaughtered.
No. I'm not. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh gosh.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
He'll just kind of lean into you, just very quietly, just be like, "She can be a lot."
Do you know how I was as a child? I dealt with like 10 of those. I'm fine.
he just kind of was like, yeah, okay. Sure.
You have to match their energy sometimes in certain situations. If she starts throwing a temper tantrum, if you throw a bigger one, she'll just be kind of like, what the fuck's happening? And they'll stop. Works a lot more than you think it would.
I am strangely not surprised that your response to a tantrum is to escalate.
Yeah, didn't you see me at the bank?
But it works. That's the crazy part. I tried so many different things, and then one day I was just like, threw up my hands. They were just like, "Oh, what happened?" And then
so
it got
out of-
super quiet. Like, "Are you okay?"
Out of character, is this actually a Johnny thing? Okay.
It's all RP.
No, I want to be sure. Because sometimes
I have seen
actually...
videos of it online, though. That's why I'm bringing it up. People do that sometimes. They're like, "You want to get your child to shut the fuck up? Throw a bigger temper tantrum, and they'll be so too confused to be upset anymore." And I feel like that is 100% a Lauren strategy.
That's right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I think as far as hanging out at the Gatewatch, Gerald, very happy to see Lauren, but like also glad to see the rest of you. Like everyone's safe. We'll definitely want to hear more about Daggermore and everything, just to try and suss out if there's anything else that might help with the research. If you guys want to stay and talk.
Sure.
Eventually, I think Gideon is going to break off and head back to his study. And I think Secundo and Rainer will probably offer you guys, like, if you haven't eaten yet, they've got lunch. And
that's okay.
they're going to eat before they head back out for another, training session.
Lauren will politely decline.
Okay.
I would like to message small children and ask if she wants to learn to play a card game.
The response you get over the message,
Get away,
the
you
voice
demon.
definitely doesn't match the face.
That's fine. I can relate.
You get a very raspy, gravelly, almost like two-tone sort of voice that says, "What's a card game?"
All right, so this is what I'm going to be doing for a while.
I'll say
But
Noel's
they
probably
catch up
gonna
with stuff.
Noel's gonna tag along with Gideon.
Are you gonna follow Gideon?
Well, I'm gonna, as he's walking away, I'll say like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a minute?"
Certainly. What can I do for you?
Well, I was hoping to have a chat one-on-one, if that's all right.
Sure. Follow me. He'll continue walking up the stairs, get up to the third floor, and make his way into one of the rooms off that central corridor. And stepping inside, you will find yourself in a very messy, large bedroom. The walls are lined with bookshelves and scroll racks. What?
Just like
Push
raised
it-
eyebrows from Johnny.
I was waggling my eyebrows at Pete. Like,
Oh. Okay, all right. And yeah, there's a sex swing over the bed. It's already ready for you. But no, there's cramped bookshelves overflowing with loose papers and books, scroll racks. There's a very sizable sort of like workspace of like a U of desks that have been dragged in here and set up around a central chair that are just strewn with papers, books, and scrolls. There's a large blanket thrown over something sitting on one of the corners, and there's a bed off to one side with a nightstand and a wash bin, and looks like you're just in Gideon's apartment chambers here. Yeah, basically. And he'll kind of look around and say, "Well, yeah." And he'll just grab the one chair at the desk and just pass it to you before he sort of leans against the table and crosses his arms. So,
You've been busy?
what is so, yes, I am quite preoccupied with the item you delivered to us when first we met. Well, early on in our...
Right.
The item in question will kind of gesture over to the desk, which is like a small glass case on it next to that
Their
big
head
blanket.
on the table.
No head that you can see. But there's a glass
There's
case.
just like blood
that-
dripping out of a drawer under it.
He shoved it in really quickly, just a little bit.
Damn it, Finn.
And yeah, you can see inside this glass display case, sitting on a moldy old cushion, there is the dagger.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I just wanted to do was I'd like to make a donation. And Noelle's gonna reach into her bag and pull out a sack that she had in her bag of savings and just plop it down on the table. 100 platinum for the Gatewatch. There's a reason I want to give you this money, but I also had a request, if that's okay. It's not tied to the donation. The donation is yours, I promise. I just wanted to ask a question.
Mr. Noel, you can relax. It's quite all right. Thank you very much for the donation. What is it you are looking for?
Well, I just wanted to say these last few months have been pretty crazy. A lot of high highs and low lows, as it were. And I think we're going to be in Freeport for a little bit. And I know it's not really how you guys work, but would it be okay if I stayed here while we were in Freeport? I could clean up after myself, and I wouldn't need any of your guys' food, I promise. I'd go get my own stuff. But after all the insanity I've been through, I think, honestly, one thing I need more than anything right now is a bit of stability. And this place is nothing if not that.
You hear the wind like cutting through some of the loose stone in the wall. He's kind of blowing the drapes, and he says, "Well, it's hardly the chateau, but if you would like to stay here, I'm not going to deny you a room.
It's
You've
very,
done more than enough for us.
it's very appreciated. And I guess the other thing I just wanted to say is thank you. I know that I've said it before, but I don't feel like I've ever really expressed the gravity of how important the Gatewatch has been to not only my friends, but to me as well. I know when we first met, that night where we brought the dagger to you, we were kind of shell-shocked and just trying to get things figured out. And to be honest, that whole week that we were traveling and running from Willem was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life, and still ranks up there. And I know that you didn't have to help us. When we showed up, I was not sure what to expect. We didn't know if the dagger was something the Gatewatch would care about, and we just met Gerald a couple weeks prior to that. And the fact that you all took us in and you listened and you agreed to help and you gave us a place to stay that night meant more to me than you'll ever know. And after that week of terror, that was the first night where I felt like I had a bit of hope. And there was a night when we were traveling where I heard Willem talking to Lauren, and he said something to the effect of, "If you don't turn over the person who stole my dagger, I'll kill all of you." And every night after that, I was certain it was going to be the last day I was alive. Because there was no way I was going to let him kill everyone else because of a stupid fucking decision I made. And if you hadn't taken us in that night, I don't think I'd be sitting here before you. So, as far as I'm concerned, that 1,000 gold on the table is nothing compared to what I actually owe you, Gideon, which is everything. I can say confidently the Lost Emeralds would not be what it is if you hadn't helped us that night. And I feel certain that I wouldn't be here. So when I say thank you, that's what I mean.
I will say, as you are talking, Gideon, his expression does seem to warm a little bit, kind of realizing where you're at, and he definitely wants to let you talk. And I think as you're talking, probably just because you're wrapped up in the moment, there is a sound that maybe doesn't register immediately. This low kind of groan in the room. And at the sound of it, Gideon kind of like pushes off the table, and he kind of very gingerly kind of leads you a little bit away from the desk as you're still talking. And he'll kind of like wrap an arm around your shoulder and just kind of pat your arm, trying to be comforting. And when you conclude this, he nods and he says, obviously it's part of the job. And he'll kind of nervously glance back at the desk. And I think at this point you two kind of realize that there is this odd sort of muffled groaning noise coming from that direction, which Gideon tries to sort of talk over. I can only imagine how difficult that week was for you and your friends. And I saw firsthand just how bad things on Montalban were not a month ago. And you have all been through a lot, but you've more than proven yourselves up to the challenge. And for what it's worth, we owe you quite a bit of. Would you stop? As he turns and he snaps, as that groaning is now kind of turning into this like churning, like liquid swishing noise. And you see whatever is under the blanket on that desk is starting to wobble slightly. And you just hear an
What the hell is that?
It's, he'll kind of nod for the door, just kind of to get you guys out of earshot. So he kind of leans in quietly and he says, I thought it might be best to try and get a little more information out of him.
Can you speak up a little?
I thought it might be best to try and get something more out of him. He has
Him?
proven himself very uncooperative.
You know, the guy that we were running from.
Mr. Willem.
You kept his head? She says way too loud. It probably echoes down the stairs.
At which point Gerald like looks up and he looks at Lauren like, told you.
She's like, oh fuck, Noelle saw the head. Damn.
Outside of the dagger, we had no leads on what exactly Mr. Grimes was bound to. I had hoped I might be able to trick him into revealing more about his patron, but he has proven himself an extremely stubborn informant, even in death.
Yeah, he was nothing. He was definitely stubborn.
As he kind of glances back through the crack in the doorway, back into the the room. He says, unfortunately, I have reanimated that head so many times now, it is starting to take on a faint semblance of animation on its own. It tends to stay fairly quiet with the blanket up, though. I wonder if your voice didn't evoke something.
Oh, God. Did Willem hear all that?
Well, not Willem. Willem's head. He is not in there.
Oh, sorry.
It's wonderful. That's a distinction he would make.
I'm sorry, my God. It's not Willem, it's just his head.
Willem is dead,
Oh,
and his soul has been consigned to whatever eldritch being he sold it to. But his body retains some memory of his time alive, and there are ways to extract that information, even from a corpse.
Yeah, I've
As I
seen Burberry do that once, actually.
Ari.
Well, I would hope that your experience with this practice was more fruitful than mine. He has been frustratingly useless.
I wish I knew something that could help you. I really don't know much about Willem. We only knew him for a couple weeks. And then he turned on us, so...
He kind of like cocks an eyebrow and kind of looks at you and then looks back at the room, and you definitely get the sense that he wants to say something, but he's also stopping himself, and he is just sort of
persuasion, Noel.
well.
It's your time to.
I don't think I have to persuade him. I think he wants to persuade me.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
I will say, I need a little bit of time to cool off after everything I've been through. I can tell that you are.
Well, I wouldn't ask.
I know, but I can tell you want to.
I would be lying if I said no.
Just give me some time, and you, like I said, I owe you a lot more than gold. So if you need my help, after a little while, I think I could try to help.
I have no desire to push you into this, nor should you push yourself if you are not ready or just don't want to. You are under no obligation at all, really. It is the most attentive he's been in some time, but I don't know that that's necessarily worth compromising your own well-being. You are not gatewatch, you're under no oath, you're not compelled in any way, and I have no intention of foisting that responsibility upon you. You're welcome to stay here for as long as you need.
I appreciate that. But apparently we're like heroes now, and that sounds like something a hero would do, right?
Fair. Facts.
I wish I wasn't playing cards right now.
Well, if you find yourself uncomfortable with the title, you are always welcome to join the Gatewatch.
I don't know how I'd fit in the Gatewatch, but I'll keep that in mind.
Do any of your friends need somewhere to stay as well?
I don't know.
We have room. There are Just the 6 of us
I
here.
think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis with them. I'm not sure if Aloran wants to stay in an old castle, but maybe, because Gerald's here. I have to imagine she's going to want to do some partying.
I would ask that she keep that to Freeport, if she could.
Well, you will have to ask her.
And good luck.
I
Thank
suppose you're under no obligation to ask her for me either.
Well, thank you again, Gideon. I've
course.
been wanting to tell you this stuff for a while, so I figured I'd take my opportunity while I had it.
Thanks to you, we'll be eating quite well for the next year, so thank you very, very much for all of this. And Monty-Bon.
You're welcome. Which room do I get?
Well, he'll kind of look up and down the hall and just kind of raise his hands like,
Is
Take your
your
pick.
room available, Gideon?
I know what Lauren wants this to be. Okay.
kidding.
I will.
I'm sorry,
I'll-
I'm just taking
It's
So-
all good.
You just Gideon goes, your friend is doing some very weird things right now. Like looks off for a while.
Lauren's on top of Jared's shoulders, just drinking.
Noelle will offer
Girls.
Gideon a handshake and then say, I guess I'll go look for the least spidery one.
good luck.
There's a lot of spiders.
Yeah, you like look in like the first like 3 rooms, it's just cobwebs. Like these rooms have clearly been shut for years.
Okay. I'm sorry, I took up way too much time. That was all I wanted to do.
No, you're good.
Sweet.
That was a corpse.
That was very sweet.
I've been wanting to have that conversation with Gideon for like a year, so I had a lot
I'm
of time
sorry.
to think about it.
You're the end there, but given the
That's all
room. But yeah, so Noelle has set up lodgings at the Presidium. Very cool. What
Just
do
like
you
in London.
guys
Go ahead and go
do?
ruin it all.
Probably like
Well,
early afternoon.
one, I'd probably ask Gerald if he'd be interested in helping me craft a magical item if he has time. And then also if Aaron might be interested in helping.
Yeah, we can go talk to her. He'll lead you back out into the yard and to one of the sort of small like auxiliary buildings against the wall. And when you get closer, you can hear the sound very faintly, this faint magical sort of humming, like chime in the air. And stepping inside, you can see that Aaron's armored form is currently hunched over a work table against the far wall. There's like a dim sort of blue glow emanating from in front of her. And as you get close, you can see that she is currently like in the process, it looks like, of imbibing magic into a sword that she has laid out. And as you guys approach, she'll sort of turn to head to acknowledge, but kind of continue what she's doing before, after probably like another 30 seconds, she finally like, well, that should take care of that segment at least. Lauren, good to see you.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Well,
That's good. That's good.
I heard Monty-Bon was
Fantastic,
quite the
lovely,
adventure. Yes,
amazing place on the planet. I want to build a resort there and never leave.
that was almost exactly how Gideon put it.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. Perfect.
How was Daggermore?
Great.
I'm surprised that ranks at the same level.
She just like looks away for a moment, just like a
Gerald's like, yeah, we'll need to fill you in. But we had a question. Lauren had a question.
yeah. I know, and I have an inkling, a bit more confirmation now that you work on magical items.
I am the last armorer in the region. You are correct.
I was curious if you had any free time, Noelle and I were looking for a little help crafting something. A couple things.
Not opposed. Certainly, certainly change things for the better around here for us.
I can pay you for your guys' time.
I'm not going to say no to that either. Gerald's like, you don't have to. She just like holds up a hand, like, nah. One finger, like, don't say another word. And
well, it's the least I can do if I'm going to be taking your time.
We would be happy to assist you.
That's for a Lawrence item, so she'll just clarify. But like for me, I'll pay you. I don't know about Noelle. That's not a Noelle thing.
If we talked about it on the way over here, yes, Noelle is absolutely in if they can help.
Okay. So yeah, we would help. We pay them.
Yeah. Erin will sort of lean against the work table and she'll say, well, I am in the process of finishing up Rainer and Secundo's swords for their approaching graduation.
Mm-hmm. Are they going to Feral?
No.
Mm-hmm.
They will be heading for Theron's Hold first.
Oh.
Once they're ready and equipped, they'll be able to get a better look at that ruin you guys found.
There's like a whole drug operation there. Just, I'm sure you know. But...
Oh, I recall.
Okay,
yes.
Cool.
They are under strict instructions not to engage with any of that, and they are to keep their attention solely on the ruin. It shouldn't be a problem. They're new, but they also have all the intelligence that you brought with you back here. So
oh, yeah, I think we did have like a whole ass map and shit.
You brought us plenty, but we're hoping we can get more out of it with some actual eyes in there. So they're waiting for Theron's Hold, and after that, the idea is to make for Tracer. See if we can't get some leads on good old Gerald and his buddy Leaf Billy.
Gerald? There's two.
Yeah, she looks at Gerald and he just kind of is like, oh my god.
And she's like, are there two Geralds? Wait.
No, his armor was stolen.
Oh, Chaser. Got it. Sorry. Brain farted.
Chaser, yeah.
Got it.
Two Geralds.
I was like, there's two?
Oh my god.
What is happening? Why haven't we met the other?
You have a twin?
Just one. The one that got robbed by a halfling.
And she looks at Gerald and what's his
Gerald
name?
is just like, there was a lot more of them than just the one. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The action economy was not in my favor.
That's what they all say.
Lauren has a shit-eating grin on her fucking face right now. The fact that she's just pointing out the halfling, she's like, that's funny.
Yeah, I remind you the shape I came back to town in. I was not at my best.
Fair.
Right?
Okay, fair. But, like, I'm sorry, when Aaron puts it so...
The fact that you put yourself in a position to be robbed in the first place is what bothers me.
Lauren just, like, sitting there,
But we
like,
talked about this.
trying really hard
He's
not
like,
to
I
laugh.
know. Fine, look. Aaron's happy to help. Right?
Yeah.
Items for you, for Noelle, great. And
Oh,
Aaron's
I should
like,
probably tell you what it is. Noelle would like the thing she wanted, the armor, the glamour armor, I believe.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And then I would like a barrier tattoo. So I no longer ever have to wear armor.
That's a novel idea. Okay. Never done that, but I feel like we could probably figure it out.
I have a tattoo, as you know about, that we can base it off of.
What tattoo is this?
Do you want me to show him, Jared? Do you want me to show him?
Yeah, show me.
She's gonna do it.
This is what it's
Just
for.
make the butt of everybody
No.
today.
With a word, or without a word, the ink just crawls up your skin, across your face, and across your chest and belly.
Remind us all what it said again?
Property of Gerald.
A big old arrow pointing down, if I recall correctly.
I'll leave the arrow up for his
Oh,
sake.
yeah.
Well, I'll leave the arrow up this time.
Gerald red in the face and like holding his hand, but he definitely like he's like looking you over again, sees that, and he's just like, thank you, like mouths it quietly. Aaron,
like sarcastically thank you at me?
no, like genuinely thank you.
About what?
About not including the arrow as soon as he realizes it's not.
Oh.
And Aaron is like motionless, like just can't see her face, can't see like any fucking reaction under the armor. And after like 5 seconds, he just says, "Cute."
You should have seen his face the first time I did it. There was more, but to save Gerald, some amount of embarrassment, I lifted a few things up.
Well, you can't say that and then not show me what you left.
Oh, okay, I'll show you. She'll put the arrow.
No! Gerald walks out of the room.
And she'll turn around. She's like, "Look, it's here too."
And then Aaron, like, just kind of puts a hand up to the visor.
You gotta laugh at Aaron. That's an
Wow.
achievement.
You have to admit, that's freaking hilarious.
That's bad.
Oh, I did it bright and early. When I did it, I even made like it red around the tattoo, so it looked like I just freshly got it inked.
That's a lot of fine control.
Oh yeah, it's great. Oh look, I can make it dance, and she'll like move it to her arm and have like a little guy dancing on her arm.
We'll definitely need to take a look at that tattoo to get this new one going, I think.
Mhm.
What do your schedules look like for the next few weeks?
I currently think open, besides me partying at night, probably.
Right, yes. That was you. Um,
Don't say it like that.
I'm sorry. It's been a while since we've talked. I thought that was the other girl, Noelle, right?
Noel. Oh yeah, no. Noel doesn't party. very
No.
much. Well, sometimes.
If all 4 of us are throwing in on this tattoo and this armor, we should probably be done with all of them in about 3 weeks.
Yeah. I know there's like on the holidays I want to probably take a break there for like a couple of days, but that's
Fair.
about it.
I'm sure Raynard, Secundo, and Gerald will be happy to throw something for Granny Grim and Day of the Dead. I won't lie to you, Heroes Day is not exactly a big celebration around here.
Lauren has plotty face on. I wonder if Erin can tell. She has a big plot face.
She might be cocking an eyebrow, you can't tell. It's just a visor. And darkness behind it.
Remains an enigma.
But yeah, she'll say we could definitely have that ready for you probably before the middle of next month.
Okay. I will. Do you know how much do you think that will like cost us in like materials and stuff?
I would guess a few thousands off the top of my head, but I think once we get a look at what we're working with and what exactly we need out of it, I still need to talk to Noelle about her specifications, but it shouldn't be more than a few thousand each.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Oh, I also, since you saw the tattoo, and it's going to go away once I get this new tattoo. Do you have any ideas for some more pranks to play on Gerald with that? Any ideas? Anything?
Pranks?
Yeah.
Well, he already knows it's tattoo, so really your only other option is just keep doing what you're doing and showing it to other people.
Love it. I can do that. Oh, I'll show it to Raynor. Oh my god. Raynor would love that. Oh, I might get Raynor killed though.
I'll leave you to it. And she will turn back to the sword and resume her work.
Thank you, Erin. It's been a lovely chat.
You're welcome. Good to see you again.
Oh,
Glad you're
also,
safe.
very random question. What is your favorite type of food? Actually, what do people like to eat around here?
Well, it's been a while since we've actually had to think about favorite food. I'll see what I can find out for you.
She'll do a little salute.
Cool. All right.
And she'll go scamper and find Gerald. Is he just outside the door?
Yeah, he would just be out in the yard watching Raynor and Secunda sparring.
Gerald! Hi. Hey, Raynor, you want to see something cool?
No! Yeah, show me.
Yeah, come here, guy.
And as soon as he like whips around at the sound of his name, Sukuna fucking back of the head. He's like, "Oh, fuck, dude, no, time out." Like, you have to call it.
Guys, I gotta show you something really funny. Gerald thinks it's
come on,
hilarious too.
let's go. He'll pick you up and he'll start carrying you.
No!
to the castle.
No! Put it down!
That's a good trick, Lauren.
I'll show you later.
Brandon got you giving you a thumbs up. So it is like 9:50. I don't know if we want to do a break since it's like an hour from the end of the session. We can. Probably should so we beat the cats, but
Poor Gerald.
If you
I
guys
would
need to
say-
take a break, we can. I don't feel like I need to, but if you want to take a break,
I eat and we can definitely feed the cats because they're getting
Okay.
real angry.
that's what's
Yeah.
up.
I'll say, yeah, we'll be back by 10 and then resume from there.
Okay. Streamer's back.
Okay. So we have determined with Lauren, Noel, Gerald, and Aaron working on the tattoo and the armor. It'll be 2,000 gold pieces of materials, 12 and a half days total work on each item. So a total of 25 days of work so far. And then you guys were also saying that you wanted to give the Gatewatch 2,000 each.
Yes.
For helping you with this. So that's going to be an extra. So that'll be a total of 4,000 gold
from each of us. Okay.
And they will be done in pretty short order here. The first one would be done. If you really wanted to work all the way through the weekend, you guys could probably be done by the 60th for the first item.
We wouldn't. I will.
But if you wanted to actually like fucking live a little.
Yeah, I'm gonna live a little because there's the
days
holidays. So.
Yeah, it'll probably be. Let's see. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Because I know the holidays are coming up like this week, so I'm gonna take those 3 holidays off for sure.
So the first one will be done like after Heroes Day, like 6th or 7th, and then the next one would be like a week and a half after that.
Okay.
So probably like the 20.
All right, Noel, do you want yours first or
24th?
Or we flip a coin?
I'm trying to think of what would make. Do you think you'll be going to Landor soon or no? Like, when are we injecting that into this? Is kind of the question.
I, honest to God, believe that if we go to Landor, we are going to start a whole new fucking quest.
I know.
You guys can say fuck it and not do it.
I know, but we do have stuff that we wanted to do there. But I just know that when we go there, I think we are going to start a quest. I'm like pretty positive.
All right, let's do it D&D style. We'll roll a dice and just whoever gets the higher number gets to go first.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a pretty good roll.
I got a 12.
I got an 18.
Oh shit!
So we'll do the armor first.
Yeah. We'll say that at the same time that y'all are doing the armor, like Aaron is maybe doing a little research and like kind of studying how your tattoo works, like during breaks and just like kind of poking at
That's
it,
fair.
seeing how to figure out a magic armor tattoo.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take out the 4,000. So.
Okay. So I'll say this to everyone. Let's go ahead. Let's just deduct all the gold for the items. We'll just say that they're paid for.
Okay.
And then after we hit certain dates, they will officially be in your inventories.
Okay. I did have the one magic item that I did want to get, and that was the Scroll of Dreams, the spell scroll.
Right. So to touch on the items that you were not able to procure yet, I will say you guys would probably need to like ask around about these names that you've been given, the brokers, right? Get appointments, set up, talk to them, which will probably take a couple of days. And so we'll say that's a work week of investigation to shop around, right?
Okay, then before that, I'm also, on the day that we're currently in, I still am going to go see Alexi.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay. So
I don't want to think I blew him off for a week to find magic items.
For the sake of convenience, let's kind of loosen time a little bit just so we can be like, all right, let's just get the magic item thing taken care of. So, Lauren, you are spending 4,000 on the barrier tattoo. Are you going to buy an amulet and sending stones?
Sending stones, yes.
Amulets?
No.
No amulet?
No
Okay.
amulet.
And then the Scroll of Dreams is the other one.
How much is it was 450 for the sending stones?
450 for the sending stones, 4,000 for the barrier tattoo.
Okay.
And then you'll be told that they could probably have a Scroll of Dreams ready for you within like what was it? It's a rare, but it's divided by 2.
Yeah, if it's expendable, it's divided by 2.
So 5 work weeks, so 25 days. So they could probably have that ready for you by like mid-month.
So nobody has one available?
None just sitting around. The people that you end up talking to, what they're able to tell you about Dream is that usually if you can cast it, you don't bother making spell scrolls of it because it's just there and you can just use it whenever you need to talk to somebody. But it is handy, and if you really need it for a call, you're welcome to commission a scroll.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll probably be ready by like the 20th.
And how much would it be?
4,000. You're welcome to ask other people about it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep asking.
Okay. The stuff from Barnaby.
Yes.
So the armor, you are leaving with the. Or no, you're not leaving the armor. You're just waiting for the adamantine to arrive.
Yes.
You'll probably be like have a sending sent to you at some point the next day or two, and you'll hear that they can get some adamantine. It's going to take probably like a week and a half for it to arrive.
All right.
Once it does, you're welcome to come pick it up. So that was going to be 300. Your lantern is 500.
So 800 in total.
And
For
then
that.
the common items that you asked for, the two of them, are going to be 50 total
So 850.
so far. Yep.
All right.
That just leaves your other things that you mentioned that were not talked about.
Yes.
Burberry. Rope of climbing was 500. You have that in your inventory now. The enduring spellbook that you would find at the shop, 60 gold pieces. Pretty cheap.
Yeah, I wrote down everything.
Okay. Sunglasses
So I
were
can
2,000.
just take care of that.
And then the necklace was 600.
Mhm.
All right. And have you deducted those already?
I didn't deduct anything that was directly into my inventory, but I can deduct all the stuff now.
Yeah.
As a side note, how did cards go?
Did you want to go try and teach Susanna how to play cards?
Yeah, that was what I was doing while everybody else was
Okay.
teasing Gerald and talking to Kitty.
I'll tell you this. Like, you sneak up and like start following Susanna, and by the time you get to the second floor, like she's already like booked it down the hallway and is like peering at you.
No, I'd explain cards and ask if she wanted to play. Like, I wouldn't just walk up to her.
Chase her.
Well, she's like, okay. She'd start like you just hear the feet like slapping on the stone floor down the hall. So yeah, if you go up there, you would definitely find her room is kind of a wreck. There's a lot of broken furniture in here and scorch marks on the wall. And Susanna herself, now that you're getting a good look at her, you're a cleric, you'd probably pick this up pretty fast. She clearly has some kind of fiendish something going on. There are these very small little horns poking out of the hair, like just off the forehead. Eyes are like blood red. She doesn't look to be a tiefling. Like there's no tail or like coloration, discoloration. But just based off those little facets of her appearance and the look of this room, like there is some weird shit going on with this kid. But like you get into the room and she's like kind of nervously just like sitting there with like her hands, wrapped around her body, like just kind of waiting for you, like, now what?
I try and show her how to play cards and maybe chess if we have extra time.
Okay. I'll say go ahead and give me a intelligence check with proficiency if you are proficient with cards.
I am not, but that's okay because it's
Cool.
playing games with a kid. Can I make a religion check for what the fuck is going on here?
Okay. I will say she is bad at cards.
I mean, that's okay. She's a child.
She's never played it.
Before. Makes sense. That's 14.
14. Yeah.
But I do try and go easy on her, and I'll teach her how to play Three Dragon Ante.
Okay.
Three Dragon Ante. But Okay, well that's a 10 on religion.
Something weird going on with this kid.
Right. Maybe I'll
Just
ask Kuno
out of
about it later.
curiosity, is it at all Astron in any way?
No, I think Burberry would definitely register. This is some kind of fiendish influence.
Okay. I figured Burberry would
Um,
probably be able to tell that at least.
But
I'm
like,
pretty sure you can detect that kind of thing with
yeah.
magic. So.
Well, and it's
Um,
always that weird thing about like what you as a player know and you as a character knows, you
Yeah.
know, right? It's like because Cat's brain immediately went, "Did someone sell her soul?"
Um,
Something went wrong.
yeah, so she got a 6, so she's bad at this game, and she gets frustrated very quickly.
As I said, I do try and take it easy on her.
It's so hard, and there's just like these sparks of fire that just start to kind of manifest around her as she gets more and more frustrated.
I try not to panic. Let's roll performance.
Technically, you should get advantage because you have a mask on, so she can't see.
True. And the dice rolled off the table. We'll just roll that one again. Not that I have any advantage on either of them, but I got a 12, so.
Oh, okay. I mean, she's too wrapped up in losing.
Excellent, okay.
And when you
Did
finally
I
are just
call
like,
the motion? We try it again.
cool, and like as soon as she loses, you can definitely see like the eyes are like widening, they're like these like fucking thick veins in the sides of the face. They're starting to like bulge, and just like fire licking at the corners of her mouth. She's like she's about to freak out. You cast Calm Emotions, and that fades away over the course of like 10 seconds. She just slowly starts to relax. The tension kind of falls out of her body, and she says, "Okay, I want to try again."
Got this.
And she'll bunch up the cards and just kind of shove them at you.
And we play again.
Cool. Roll. Good.
I'm losing on purpose, so it doesn't matter.
Oh. Well, she got a 4.
Gotta make
I'm
some
losing
bad
on purpose.
plays.
That doesn't matter.
Despite how badly you're playing, she still comes within like fucking moves of losing.
And that's perfect, because that builds the confidence.
Yeah, and then when she finally does win that round, she like jumps to her feet, just like pumping her fist, like yes, and just out of the floor behind her, this giant jet of fire shoots into the air.
Sorcerer.
Who are you
Burberry
playing
is-
cards with?
Victory call!
She's got like the far like room at the end of the hall on the second floor, so like as far out of the way as possible. And there's just like another new scorch mark on the wall. She's like completely unfazed by it. She's like, okay, I think I got this again. And you keep playing cards with her, and she's very animated, and she's very, very emotionally invested in the outcome of these
Passionate.
games. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of fire and a lot of calm emotion happening today. So I think when it's finally time for Burberry to go, whenever that is, and he kind of starts like standing up to pack up, she'll probably be like, "So when are you coming back?"
Probably, well, I'm not entirely sure. But if you'd like, I can teach you to play another game that you could play with yourself if you need something to pass time with.
What's that?
It's called chess. Because I have a chess board that I picked up from the thing, which would be great in heat.
You pull it out, this sparkling gemstone chessboard. She's like, like her eyes go big. She's like, "Oh my god!" And you give it to her, and she like takes it super gingerly in her hands, like, I love it.
Aw.
And she's about to like throw before she catches herself, and then she like very gingerly sets it down in the pile of blankets over the broken bed frame, and then she like just runs back. She just bam, smashes into you with a big hug, almost knocks you over.
I give her a hug back.
You're so skinny. What's wrong with your back? And she's like pulling at like Burr's ankles or Barry's ankles on Burr's shoulders.
It's iron deficiency. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Eat more iron.
I'll do my best. Here, let's show you how to play this.
Okay. So give her a crash course on chess.
Yeah,
So
and worst comes to worst, she can always just play with the pieces like they're castles and
yeah.
What?
Sure. Yeah. And
they're fireproof. It's
your first interaction with Susanna, one-on-one. Some progress.
Yay,
So,
we're a human child. I'm super fascinated, and I'm going to spend a couple days reading up on this shit.
DM, there's one other thing. I do need to find a gem cutter and a specific gem or crystal.
Okay, yeah. I meant to finish up with the cost of everything. I think John did commission the gloves of Face Swiftness, right? And that was 15. And Noel has the 5,000 total for the studded leather, the elven boots, and the cloak protection.
Yeah, I had it all deducted. And I gave 1,000 to the Gatewatch.
On top of that, yeah. Okay.
You
Cool.
just gave the Gatewatch a lot of money. They'll eat good for years now.
Yeah, they should hopefully have some food.
I'd actually spend this on equipment.
Harold might get a piece of armor back after all.
He might get. But yeah, Barnaby, following the address on the gym cutter, you could definitely make contact with one in Freeport. What are you looking for exactly?
All right. I am looking for a specific gem cut into the shape of a heart. Doesn't matter if it's our cartoony style or the real thing. I just need a heart cut out of a specific crystal if you can get that.
Sounds doable. What's the crystal?
I'm looking for red howlite.
Red howlite?
Yeah.
Okay. Does not even look as though that is a crystal necessarily. That just looks like a precious stone. It should not be terribly expensive. I think they'll probably quote you like 10 gold pieces for that.
10 gold? All right. How long will it take? I should say, here's the part that may make it a bit more expensive. I need it to be at least about 100 gold worth of that size.
So a big piece. Okay.
Yes.
Then 100 gold it shall be.
Ain't going to charge anything for the cutting?
We'll include labor in that cost. Yeah. We'll strike a balance between size and labor costs with that. But they'll quote you your 100 as far as whatever you need, and then they'll tell you it can be ready before Granagrim next week.
Barnaby's going to slip an extra 10 gold. Thank you.
Thank you, kind. Cool. Okay.
And then once I have my tankard, I guess would that just be something I'd be able to immediately get?
Yeah, honestly, when you go to the Emporium, it seems to have like a novelty like gift shop little corner, and there's a shelf that's got like 5 of those just sitting out.
All right.
They're like those are like 20 gold, and then the other items 30.
Yes. All right. So then the next time we go to a tavern or something to relax, catch up, that's when I'll give it to her.
Okay, cool.
Real shady right now, part of me.
It's a tankard of poison.
Hope you like it.
You'll
You'll die if you drink it.
Drunk.
It's a tankard of mayonnaise.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Alchemist tankard.
You know, we
Barnaby hates
actually
mayonnaise.
one of my party members basically did that. Just filled an entire room with mayonnaise.
So gross.
That is awful.
I should ask Burberry, did you want to shop around for glamour studded leather still? Or did you want to party?
I'll look at and see if there's like maybe that day I'll kind of poke around and see if there's anything for like a little less. But if it's like negligible, I'll just not worry about it.
I'd say in the process of shopping around for clothes, like kind of like a Warren will have to do in the next few days. Like, you'll set up a meeting with a broker, tell them what you want. They'll quote you what the workers are typically able to do. This guy offers you a slightly more competitive price, about 9,000.
I'll let I'll actually go there and let him know that I won't need the services.
Okay, back to the
Yeah, because
Okay, so 9,000 for your super glamour set of leather,
Hello.
and that'll probably be ready at the end of the month, or at the end of next month, I should say. So like around the solstice.
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and pick up 4 random ass keys.
Are we
While I'm at
staying
the
Random keys. You just want 4 of them.
mystery keys? 4 mystery keys.
All right, they're 10 gold apiece.
Yay!
They're real shitty keys too. Like they're kind of brittle feeling in your hand. Like these feel like they're gonna snap off in locks. You're like, I need to wrap these before I put them in my bag.
It's fine. It's fine. Curiosity. All that
Yeah.
jazz.
Sure.
And I'm gonna go ahead and pick up that sturdier book.
Yeah.
That I can-
And that was 60. So
Yeah.
Cool. So I believe that covers
Wait, you
all
said 60?
item.
60 for the... Okay.
Just 60 for that book. So I believe that covers all magic item purchases, and I think we have dates of completion for everything now. So we should be good on the magic item front. Everyone's money should be deducted from their accounts, and we'll just add your items to your inventories on the appropriate days. Or if you want to add them now, and then just gray them out until they would come online, so to speak.
I'll probably add it next session.
Yeah. So magic items are done. What do you guys want to do with your days?
Lauren wants to go see Alexi.
Okay, so back to day 1, 48th of Year Risen. Check out the Green Wardens in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell Gerald she'll probably be back later, but she needs to go speak with Alexi.
Cool, yeah. You might want to take that tattoo off before you go.
I'm gonna wear it all throughout the street so everyone does, Gerald.
Will you please take that tattoo off before you go?
Persuade me, Gerald.
Did I not just spend an hour doing that?
Fine. No fun. And then she takes it off, and then as she's walking away,
Don't
you
forget
see
your
it-
top.
Oh.
Tops.
Forgot about that. As she's walking away, though, he'll see the tattoo on the back that says "Property of Gerald," like flashing back and forth as she's walking away.
He's just like, oh my god.
No,
What
after
are
she
you gonna do
closes.
without this tattoo, Lauren?
I know. I'm gonna miss it. Okay, after she's done, she walks out the door, and he no longer sees her. She just takes it off.
Okay.
She's not
So-
actually.
Half an hour passes walking through Rancher's Reach, back to Angler's Landing, and to the Green Keep, down by the harbors, and making your way inside. Asking after Alexi, you will hear that he is in the keep. He arrived about an hour ago,
Mm.
and he is currently in a meeting with the other conservators and steward.
I guess I don't know if someone can leave him a message that she came back, or she'll just be chilling.
And yeah, if you want to wait for him, you know the meeting halls, like just down the hall.
I guess then she'll also ask me, like, I have a question. Is what's his nuts back in town? Garrick.
He's asking about you, actually. About 3 weeks ago?
Is he gone again?
Yeah, no, he's down at Wormbone Beach. They're like putting the finishing touches on that homestead. For
Oh,
the,
he's over there.
survivors. Yeah.
Hmm. Don't know
So,
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is Azook here too? Or is he off?
Zook was on Monty Bon.
Yeah, I saw him on T-Bone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, he's been pretty involved with the relocation for the people from Wheaty. So I think he might be in Farrell right now. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh, I should. Ooh, that gives me an idea.
Cool. So you want to wait for Alexi here?
Yeah, I'll just wait for Alexa.
Cool. While you're waiting, Adlar would finally get back to you. He was like, "Okay, I am awake. I am sober. I have a ticket for tomorrow morning. I will be there before Granny Grim. So you better be fucking ready.
Get your goddamn party pants on, you little bitch.
You know I don't wear pants, but he can't say that because he doesn't have any responses. He's like yelling that.
himself.
He's like yelling that into the rock as he's standing on the pier, and like there's no response. He's like, "Oh right." And the fucking captain he just bought the ticket from is like, "Just be here tomorrow morning." Thanks, man. So, Alexi's in that meeting for a couple of hours.
Lauren's just gonna start doing really dumb shit, probably. She's gonna get bored. She's just gonna start like picking on, well, not really picking, just like bothering somebody, like, what you doing?
Oh, right. I need to go buy an expensive bottle of alcohol because I was totally bluffing and I didn't have one, so I need to go buy one.
Sure, yeah. How expensive do you want? The standard bottle of fancy wine costs, I believe, 10 gold pieces.
You don't
Well-
have to go all out, I promise.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It needs to
Well,
be
okay.
strong enough that it affects a Lauren. So
You can get cheap, strong liquor for
Let's-
not a lot. But
let's
good
do-
liquor is at least 10 gold. That's like the standard. So if you want to go fancier than that, like the real high end shit, we're talking like 15, 20.
10's fine.
Okay. Good liquor
Mhm.
for a Lauren. Yeah, I'm trying to make a menace of yourself in the keep.
I'm not really trying. I'm more of just like really
Absolutely.
bored, and I'm just like,
She's not trying to make a menace of herself. She just is a menace of
is
herself.
just is. Like, and I feel like people know that. They're like, oh, it's a Lauren. Yep,
I think
shouldn't be surprised.
eventually the meeting will wrap up. You'll see the doors open and you'll see all the conservators, Kaus included, making their way out into the hall and sort of dispersing across the lobby. A couple of them will catch sight of you and say, "Oh, Lauren, good to see you." And they'll probably like close in for conversation. And those individuals would be the orcish conservator, and there's a human one as well. They are name. No. What's their name? Whatever. There's two conservators. Alexi will eventually join you in this conversation, and they will tell you that they were involved in a very long discussion about this Leviathan that you found. And I think by the tone of this conversation, you will definitely get the sense that Alexi is not terribly happy. Although the other two here, I believe his name is, it's Ash and Gal are the two that you're talking to. Ash Sorbeck and Gal Northfang. And what they're able to tell you is that, well, Alexi filled us in on everything you accomplished today. And that's very impressive. And this creature is a concern. Oops. This creature that you found was troubling to hear about, and we intend to notify the East Alliance that this thing is out. It's good that you found it in the first place. You know, we actually have some picture of what we're dealing with, even if that does seem to imply that there is a much larger one out there somewhere.
Lauren's just being very polite right now. Very
Yes.
nice character for her.
It seems that our current trajectory is to reinforcing our defenses against that sort of attack. Make sure the East Alliance is as informed and ready to move as possible when this thing shows up somewhere soon. And, well, we're hoping to be ready next time it appears. Alexi's like, yes, we are hoping.
Does Alexi just look really pissed off right now?
Yeah, he is barely containing his frustration.
She's like, I think she'll just be polite, like, just like, well, thanks for everything you're doing. I actually came here to speak with Alexi.
Yes, we did have an appointment, so if you'll excuse us, and they'll be like, of course, Alexi, once you know, alone, see, and they'll continue on their way. And as they leave, Alexi is just, come on, this way.
Do you need a drink? She starts to rummage through her bag.
I need a good drink. And he is leading you back to his office where he has that wine cabinet. As soon as he's inside, like, he doesn't even reach the door before he just waves the hand, just slams open. He strides inside, closed building behind him, just like, on my life, Lauren, I don't know when they got so fucking timid, and slams the door behind you as you walk in. Starts gesturing, pulling glasses and drinks out, throws you one basically. You like have to kind of catch it before it sloshes out. He just kind of slumps back in his chair, and he is like,
Sounds like that conversation went wonderful.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it could have definitely gone a lot better. I don't know. I do know, but I don't agree with it. Sit and wait and see. It's the same shit ever since that expedition you and your family got home. They are not eager to engage with this thing and would rather leave it to the Alliance. And they're more concerned about this drug situation that's flared up recently.
Did you say drug situation?
It's a demon, right? Like, we're dealing with like a big fucking devil creature.
Yeah, Gideon thinks it's a remnant from the last incursion. Also, I gave
That
them.
makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Gave them the eggshell if you're looking for it.
Okay, good. He's got it. Okay. I need to make my way over there soon. So, not expecting a lot of help from my colleagues here, but that is not exactly news. We're still on track. We're on better track now than we were. We've got money now. We've got a lot of fucking money. So.
Oh, did he like stuff his pockets too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, no, I got
He like gestures to the corner of the room where like he's got, like 2 or 3 bags he just filled with crap, just gold shit sticking out of the top. It's like, it's gonna take me a second to sell all this. Speaking of which, you should probably start moving on yours soon as well. But I mean, that's got to be at least half a ship, right?
Yeah.
At least. How much did you get?
I from my split with everybody else, including the bounty, like 20,000 roughly.
You're 20,000 each.
But that was with a 30,000 bounty on top of that.
Still.
Yeah.
That's a boat. We could buy the boat. We could literally just buy the boat now. I mean, not now. Obviously, we just have to source it, but like that's more than enough.
But I think
we need information first, though.
yeah, I'm gonna say it's a little too soon for the boat because then we'll just have a boat sitting in a harbor for who knows how long.
No, we buy the boat. I think last we crew it and we start moving. Because I think once it's out, and we kind of need to get results before we come back.
Yeah.
But that's covered. That's good. It's just intel now.
Ransel, I think, would be an excellent source of information because I think he was pretty in deep, like Lost Shirag. From what I got from Varys, is that he was kind of a new member.
I'm not sure how cooperative he's going to be. There are some ways I know to magically compel a person, but we're running afoul of the East Alliance courts if we cross lines we shouldn't be. And I'm not exactly versed on this. I'm not a lawyer.
I mean, he did.
They're planning to solicit evidence from Libria and Sarah. They're going all out to get this man pinned. I mean, the fervor is impressive. I won't lie to you. I was very pleased, and I will say, Imanazeth, good prison. Not a sentence I thought I'd ever find myself saying, but it seems very secure. Well warded, no teleportation, no planar travel, no divination.
But they can still send messages, right? Sending. I don't love that. I really don't like that. Because,
I think
like,
so.
during that fight, Varys said that he wanted to keep me alive to speak to Lost Shirag. I don't like that. And he now knows my actual name.
True. But that said, I mean, there are precautions we can take for that.
I was looking at the item for that, and I have other magic stuff I need.
You're not going to get one? You should.
I know I should. But
That's a huge dent in their ability to surveil and gather information on you. I would definitely.
well, honestly,
Definitely
Varys would be the
recommend-
one that would get the most information probably from me. Or have the best luck. Anyways.
Well, I mean, he's not casting anything in Matazeth.
I know.
He's very well contained.
Lost Shirag will only just know my name. He's never met me.
You can, with enough time, you can find anyone you're looking for if they're not trying to hide themselves.
I know.
I won't harp on this all day. Final recommendation: please, for the love of God, get yourself some protection because
I have protective armor and
that is not
cool
what I'm talking
six
about.
sword.
And you know that's to be the case. But that's where I'll leave that. You are a grown woman. They should be secure, though. I'm not terribly concerned about much more than the sending, but that's sort of where we were at already. Definitely not going to be able to get custody of them. The Gatewatch, that's a non-starter. And as I recall, they are planning to solicit for evidence and witnesses, and they should be beginning the trial phase for Bloodbeard, at least, early next year after the solstice. So they're very eager to move on this. Very grateful to you, by the way. I'd like to pass that along. That again, big feather in your cap with East Alliance.
The Eastern Alliance loves us. Oh, look, I got these cool medals from them, too.
Definitely earned them.
So, yeah.
Now, despite the warden's reticence to engage with this thing, I would like to continue talking with Gideon and see if we can't come to some sort of plan of action regarding the Leviathan. Do you want in on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
I have to talk with my party, but I definitely do.
I will keep you posted then, as far as any changes in planning or anything we find. Aside from the Leviathan itself,
There's a whole cult.
there's the cult. That is also a concern. But as of right now, again, we are lacking in information, so we'll need to figure something out for them. Within that cult, you said something yesterday about Volos.
Shifty eyes.
Can you tell me exactly what you heard? I need as full of a picture as you can.
So
neither of them were forthcoming, so whatever you can tell me would be very welcome.
what I got from Varys was was willing to talk with me because I think he wanted me to join the cult, talk to Lasharag, all that thing, because he pretty much told me he wanted to teach me their ways and stuff. Anyways, what?
Just volume.
And so then when we were like interrogating him after we captured him, I just kind of mentioned his name and asked if he had ever heard of him before, because I was like, well, backstory, Varys was a Triton, his village got destroyed, he got picked up by Lasharag and ended up joining a cult that likes murdering villages of Tritons. Anyways, so I was like, well, fuck it, maybe my dad might have done that too. So gave him a name, and then he said that he's heard Lasharag talk about him before, and that he's like works pretty closely with him.
So Varys is claiming to know Volos.
Varys does not know Volos, I don't believe. I think
Claims you know of Volos.
Yes. Yeah.
Ranzal had nothing to say about this.
We kept Ranzal just knocked out. We never let him be
So
conscious enough to make
maybe,
a move.
but unconfirmed. Varys. Okay. So I won't lie. I find that claim suspect. As far as we've ever been able to determine, Volos died down there.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to see him. We haven't received a response from sending. We've tried. And
Have you tried scrying on him before?
we tried scrying. I'd be happy to try again if you like, but
I think she'd pull out the little Green Warden sash and be like, this was his.
you can try.
Yeah.
I'll gesture over to a corner where there is a silver basin full of water. And he'll take the sash and step over to it, and he will begin to cast scrying. And as he's waving his hand over it, you watch the water begin to kind of ripple and bounce off the sides, kind of creating this strange kaleidoscopic sort of geometric pattern in the water that's constantly shifting. And he is watching it and just slowly shaking his head, and he says, it's still dark, there's nothing.
Okay, cool. Let me try something. Lauren has kind of cast a 4th level spell called, I think, what was it? Oh, I don't have it updated. I think it was like divination or something like that.
Okay.
Where I get to ask one question to a god about like something, and they have to answer it.
Divination.
Yeah, divination, I believe.
Okay.
And I'm just double checking.
Incense and sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion together worth at least 25, which the spell consumes.
I can go grab it and buy this stuff real quick if that's what you would like me to do.
I think I have enough incense on hand. We could probably cast that. And he'll start kind of digging through his office for supplies. He'll get the incense and the appropriate offerings necessary. You
Oh
guys
wait,
can
this
kind
says it's for clerics only. I thought for some reason.
it's as of Tasha's, it's on the druid spell list.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So you guys can get that components together, and you prepare to cast the spell divination.
Cool. Will Volos eat in the next 7 days?
Okay. So you gotta get yourself situated.
I feel like Alexi's like, really?
He kind of like just steeples his fingers and just watches as you sort of get into position. You kind of like situate yourself on the ground, focus, take a deep breath of the burning incense in the room, and just kind of ask this question of the quiet all around you. And there is a shift in the room as you feel something press in to the space. You feel the air sort of shift around you. And this very low, barely perceptible voice just kind of surrounds you. And you hear, no.
Okay. Thank God.
You open your eyes, you see the candles just kind of faintly flickering in front of you like a gust of wind had just kind of blown through. Alexi, his eyes on the candles, and they just dart back to you, and he says, did it work?
Mm-hmm. Said no, that he won't eat in the next 7 days. So unless he's undead. So, okay, cool.
I'm glad you're relieved instead of disappointed. I was a little worried.
I've been trying to figure out like how it would feel if my father had joined a cult and abandoned me and my mother for the past like 15 years, and I feel like
Dead is better.
dead is better. Yeah.
Fair. Well, I would wager Varys was trying to set up some kind of bargain that does not look like he got a chance to pay off. So we push that from our minds and focus on the task ahead. What are your plans in the next few weeks?
Wait, I have a question. On deviation, could you literally ask if somebody's dead? Or no, because it's just like the 7 days of an activity.
I mean, out of character, it is a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days.
Okay, that's kind of
So, where are we at?
That's good. That's fine. Yeah.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right, cool. I think Alexia will just kind of reconfirm your plans just to see like what you're planning to do, where you're planning to be.
I think our plan is actually to take a break for at least a month or two out of at least a month. We'll be here.
Definitely got the money for it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as I said, I'll keep you,
Honestly,
keep you in mind and informed.
I might be. You'll probably see me at the gate watch. Probably see me.
I imagine I probably will.
What's that supposed to mean?
He just kind of like raises his eyebrows. He's got like a very small smirk on his face.
What are you talking about?
You are
I am. She literally does that. She's like, what?
very close friends with them, from what I've seen.
Does that bother
I'm
you?
sure I will see you over there
Okay.
very quickly.
Okay. Is there a second? I'm gonna roll insight on this man right
The
now.
smirk is growing slightly.
I'm gonna roll insight. Okay, that was a 17 plus 6, so 21.
21.
Yeah. The
He's,
fuck does that smile mean?
he seems pretty amused. Like he just learned something fun, but he's not going to share.
You know, don't you?
How long has that been going on?
Right before I left for the islands.
Well,
Took a lot of persuasion. Too.
can't imagine why.
I could tell he was into it, but he was also like, should I be? Anyways, that's a great conversation to have with your superior officer. Great.
I mean, obviously, this conversation never happened, right?
Yeah, never happened.
Mum's the word. No,
No.
Congratulations again on your fine work, Mrs. Warren. Great showing in Daggermore as he stands up and begins walking towards the door, talking very loudly to anyone who might be listening, clearly. Keep me abreast of any developments in your world. As soon as you're ready to end your sabbatical, let me know. I'm sure there will be plenty that you can help with. So, until we meet again, Mr. Warren.
Lexi? Are we supposed to salute? Just out of character.
They don't really salute me.
Okay, cool.
If anything, it's like a shallow bow, just like a polite.
She'll do like a. Just to be a fucking ass.
Very pompously, he matches the gesture, just like. At ease, man. And then the door. And you can just hear the footsteps kind of pattering back towards the desk.
Oh wait, she actually knocks on the door. She's like, "Who told you?"
There's no answer.
He teleported away.
Question for next.
He's already gone.
We'll write this question down for later.
All right. So, I believe that concludes all of the business that needed to be conducted on day 1 of downtime.
We did it. Only 90 to go.
Well, technically, day 1, Kat still wanted to talk to him more.
That's true. So, that night, as you guys grab dinner at a favorite local tavern.
Quick thing, because my brain went to weird places in the last 10 minutes. Which was, I'm going to offhandedly ask the person who I hired to make the coat if it was possible to fireproof a horse.
I'm sorry. The broker's like, wait, fireproof a horse? I mean, we could make fire-resistant barding?
I feel like he just asks it offhandedly, like, I want.
Sure, yeah. We could probably do that.
Plot frantically Googles.
Is
I'm
it
pretty
possible
sure
to
that's
fireproof a horse? 5e?
Just got
Armor
a
fire
ring of
resistance.
fire resistance.
Yeah, armor fire resistance would definitely do it.
Yeah, just as the horse. No armor, just the horse.
Yeah, enchanting a living thing is kind of hard.
Yeah, I imagine they move around a lot.
The
Anyway.
body does not retain enchantment well.
Learn new things every day. Anyway, you said 9,000?
Yes, it's 9,000. So half up front, half on delivery. We'll be ready for you towards the end of next month. So, see you then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't protection from energy a thing?
It's a spell, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, because legitimately, I was offhandedly thinking, if I could fireproof my horse, I could let her play with the horse when her.
Oh. I don't know where I was going.
But I didn't think it was going to be possible. This is like, Be funny.
I would give her a horse, yeah.
Behold, Bramble, my fireproof.
You could get fireproof armor, or not fire resistant armor for the horse.
Anywho,
I guess after the thing with Alexi, Lauren would probably hunt down Burberry. Just be like, oh god, let's do this. She's not excited.
Okay.
She's nervous.
I mean, I said honest is the answer.
That's why she's not gonna run and hide, but she wants to.
It's fine. Here, have a 10 gold bottle of liquor while I tell you.
She's gonna like, set it down and she's gonna be like, I'm gonna try not to drink during this conversation.
We'll start a timer.
Yeah.
Lauren immediately gets a whisper that goes, "Who are you and what have you done with the Lauren?"
Better do not talk me into it, because I will do it. Trying to be good at Lauren, which is very rare for me.
You were my one hope, Lauren. One hope.
Do you want to save it for next session? Or
I mean, if there's time, we can do it now.
because I could do it now, but it's up to y'all because we're right at.
Yeah, I'm good either way.
We can do it now. That's fine.
Okay.
So, we didn't really have an opportunity to talk about this before,
Mm-hmm.
but and I know the answer is normally no, which is very depressing to say. But are you doing okay? Apparently, there is something about your dad.
So
You mentioned it very offhandedly.
that he's still dead, most likely. So that helps a lot. Varys said that he had heard Washerog talk about him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So Lexi scryed on him, didn't see anything, and then I casted divination, which you'd probably be familiar with, and asked if he would be eating in the next 7 days, and the answer was no.
Well, he could not eat it. Nope.
The only other thing would be he could be undead, maybe. I don't know if he got. I don't know.
That
But-
is a possibility, I suppose. It doesn't seem like a very good one. And out of character, real quick, is it possible to scry on items, or is it only possible to scry on people?
You can try on locations,
Okay.
but the location needs to be known to you.
Yeah. No. Well, that's the reason I was asking about items. Like, is scry on an item technically a corpse is an item? And
Yeah.
lack definition. Whenever the animate becomes inanimate. So okay, so it's not your dad. There's not like some sort of weird. Okay, well that is good. You saw the thing that, well, not the thing, but a thing that is similar to the thing that caused problems for. Are you feeling all right? Is everything going okay-ish? I'm sorry. I probably should have brought this up sooner. I've waited way too long.
Honestly, I feel like Pirate Island had me do a lot of self-reflection because I saw a lot of Pyth in me, and I did not like that. I was not in love with that realization.
Well, I mean, nothing could be as love as Pyth was with himself. So
Yeah. I guess I'm okay. I'm not great, but I'm okay.
okay. Well, that was the main thing I wanted to discuss. And if you're doing all right, and if you do ever need to talk to me, I'm always here to listen. But if you're holding off for the sake of this conversation, you can have at it. Sorry for taking time out of your day.
No, you're good. I don't know what to say, really. I think I'm still just... The brain's still turning. Still have thoughts. I don't know. I haven't really... I don't know. I haven't come to a conclusion yet.
It is a very complicated situation, and it's good that you are taking time to actually think on it. That's not always an easy thing to do. In fact, it very rarely is.
Yeah.
And I'm not your parent or any form of that, but as your friend, I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. She does not drink. She does not do it. She wants to, but she doesn't. She's like, oh god. Here it is. There's the little itch.
There's like a very long pause, and like his head like up tilts and half cocks, kind of like I'm doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I told Burr he wasn't allowed to have any.
Oh, sorry, Burr. I needed someone to share this with later. Because not right now, because I said I wouldn't drink right now.
He said he's super proud of you and he's totally happy to relieve you of half of that. I'm a little reluctant because he's unbothered today.
It might be a little wobbly.
I'm gonna have to switch later, aren't I? Anyway.
Honestly, if we drink together, it's probably just better to switch a room.
It might be better to call it a night, actually.
That's true. We'll just drink in a room together.
But yes, you can have a sleepover. No, I'm not coming. All right. Well, excellent.
Yeah. I can't lie, I was pretty tempted to try to do double Agent Leviathan thing with the Colt. I had a really bad idea, and I didn't do it. I'm very proud of myself.
Again, very, very well done. B, do tell.
Well, I think Varys wanted to come with like an arrangement with me to like break him out, and then he takes me to get information from La Chirag.
Unsurprising.
At the same time, I'm like, I don't trust that guy at all.
Okay.
And then honestly, when Alexei showed up, that was kind of like probably very unlikely to happen. And then now that he's in the jail, I probably could do it, but I don't want to.
I think we've done quite a few jailbreaks since the beginning. So that might be. Let's wait at least 2 episodes until we go trying to do another jailbreak. But I have to say I'm a little surprised.
I'm surprised. I haven't drank yet, Barry. I haven't drank yet.
Do you want me to move this to my side of the table?
Yes, please, for the love of God. Give it to me later.
He just like pushes it off to the side. He goes, okay, all right. So fictitious world, and this is solely for my. And I feel like the conversation kind of like devolves to like the best case scenario that would have happened if you did betray.
Best case scenario. I got a rug. I got some information. And then I was like, peace, homie. Thanks for the info. Never be back. Worst case scenario, I get kidnapped and then I get sacrificed to the Leviathan. And I felt like the sacrifice to the Leviathan was a much higher rate of success than
Part of me seems to be convinced you could have slept your way out of your problems.
Varys was there. I was another thought where I was like, maybe it could work because if I boned Varys enough, he might be like, it's too good to kill, man. Don't do it.
Just keep her chained up in my basement for all of eternity. That's fine too.
So
Leviathan won't mind if I keep
it
her
wouldn't be for all of eternity. It'd only be for what, 60 years?
Oh, until the Leviathan returns and kills us all.
Praise be.
Praise the dude.
All hail.
But yeah. I know Alexei wants information about it, so I don't know. I still might pitch the idea to him about Varys.
I mean, worst comes to word, I heard something about a talking head.
Yeah, so Gerald told me that apparently Gideon has Willem's head in a jar. He talks to him about the knife. And Gerald says it's really creepy.
Oh my head. Oh, okay. All right. So is it like a speak with dead thing? Is it animate object? What? I get
Oh,
really,
I have
like morbidly excited about that.
Unfortunately, Lauren literally would not know because Gerald was just snooping when Gideon was gone, helping us on Montebon. So he has no idea what spell he was using. But yeah, anyways, Willem's head is up there. So, yeah.
I wonder how fetid it is.
I don't know.
Like, do you think it would have to be in a liquid, or the maggots would start eating it, or again?
Well, he said it's in a jar with, so I think it is in like some sort of liquid that's preserving it.
Yes, because
Yeah, something.
Do you think it's swelled up after?
I don't want to know.
Don't mind me. I'm just asking questions that I think every time I end up at the Natural Science Museum.
So yeah, no, literally, I think if you were like hinting at Varys' head in a jar, she'd be like, I don't think Varys would tell us shit if we put his head in a jar.
No, but then we get the satisfaction of knowing that his head's in a jar, and also he could never tell Gerald that you slept with him.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna need to come clean with Gerald about that. Be like, Gerald, I fucked up. I did some bad things on Daggermore. I fucked 2 pirate lords and Varys.
Well, you
guy that we
could always make it a little bit smaller and say it was one pirate lord, because one will never speak of it. Although I did accidentally slip it to Gideon that you slept with 2. I'm sorry, that was pretty.
No, I said I avoided all that during Gatewatch time. Did you tell him when I wasn't there when I was redirecting conversation?
You were a spider at the time. I mean, I wasn't explicit. I just said you made friends.
Gideon knows what that means. There's no doubt in my fucking mind that Gideon will know what that fucking means.
Gideon does seem to be a bit tight-lipped, so I don't think it's going to come up in normal conversation anyway. And I will add that I think Gerald kind of knows what he's getting into from the start. I mean, you've never really pretended to be the beacon of all that is chaste.
No.
Gives you grumpy face. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? I'm not Jason. Never mind, give me the bottle, Burberry. Don't call me out on my sexual life.
I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Different strokes.
For different folks.
Exactly.
Can I get a cheers to that?
Lots of strokes for certain folks.
It's like Gideon chiming in on the conversation.
Oh, hey, would you like a glass?
There's like a little old goblin walking by and just comments on your conversation. Lots of strokes for lots of folks.
Amen to that, player. That's what she would yell at us.
And scene.
Out of character, I wanted to ask, what do we do with Pide's head? I don't remember. Did you guys give it to
Give it to the East Alliance.
They have it? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, did y'all keep his head? Y'all can put his head in a jar.
Honestly,
I mean, we still can.
I don't know if the Eastern Alliance wanted his head, because if not, she'd be like, I'll take it. We could probably use this later. For not morbid things. I
Probably just threw it in an incinerator.
Probably.
But yeah, if we wanted to, we probably would have kept Pipe's head.
I don't think we
Because
need it.
maybe Gideon could. Well, no, because he didn't seem to be part of the cult.
Yeah, he wasn't in the
so-
cult. He
He
kind of
was-
was
he was
just an
mad about
awful asshole.
Yeah, fuck it.
Just a terrible, violent piece of shit.
Yeah, we just kind of got rid of his head, I think. Yeah, because I think that's like his whole point was like, well, if he's dead, it doesn't really matter because he's not really useful in the future.
Pide died like he lived.
Yeah,
Flamboyant little bitch.
but yeah, I guess like
He won't be missed.
I think Lauren would probably that night go talk to Gerald and be like, I gotta tell you something.
Smash cut to a view of the fucking Presidium in the distance in the dark. The one window lit up in the fucking castle. You just hear Joe, what? And credits. Yeah, I think we could probably break here for the night. We got magic items sorted out in one day, which is good, and you are now on track to begin whatever you want to do with your downtime. So from this point forward, time will be wibbly wobbly, loosey goosey.
Until it doesn't.
Until it doesn't. We'll have some holidays. We'll have some stuff, some developments. You guys are kind of free to move as you will, wherever you want to go. So yeah, next time we'll continue with downtime. Starting on the 49th, excuse me, of Urizen. And we'll continue from there.
I did have one small thing that I wanted to add that I did while I was at the bank, if that's possible.
Sure.
Do my parents have an account with the bank?
And who would your parents be exactly?
I have to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
The Tabaxi traders?
That narrows it down. Let me just check on my
we're doing this. Oh, we're doing this in character. I'm sorry. No, I'm.
You know who they are, Play. Come on.
Right? Aurora Fields and the River Branch?
So you said Tabaxis?
Tabaxi.
Like looks you over. He's like, well, all right.
I'm adopted. Also, you can't see anything under these robes anyway. I could be a Tabaxi down here.
You got a beak.
It's a mask.
I think he will probably be like, well, I can check our records and potentially have an answer for you in the morning. We will need to contact the headquarters in Himalaya and see if we can get an answer for you. But yes, I will have that looked into, certainly. And come morning, you will definitely hear. Yeah, they do actually have an account with the bank.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I figured. I put 100 gold in it.
Oh. All right, we can do that, and they'll transfer your 100.
Okay.
Um,
Let's freak out my parents by making their books not match.
They're like, wait, what?
We've detected suspicious activity on your account.
So the one thing that I want to do before we completely break, lifestyle expenses while you guys are staying in town at Freeport, right?
Yep.
Noelle has set up housing for herself with the Gatewatch. What is everybody else doing for lodgings? You were extended an invitation by Indian, but if you want to stay elsewhere, there are plenty of places in Freeport for you guys to stay.
I'll probably stay at the Conclave for a couple of the nights. And then I'll stay in the Presidium for the rest.
Okay.
Just because I have to talk to people and...
Sure.
You know. Maybe I'll furnish the room I'm in.
I feel like you're definitely gonna get a lot of like nighttime visits from Susanna.
Yeah.
She fucking shows up in your room at like 3 a.m. while you're dead asleep. Just like shakes you awake. Cards.
What have you started?
Well, my question is, does she go, who the fuck are you? Just two
Oh, right,
small
yeah, it would be
critters.
Burberry.
Cards. What the fuck?
And then what it ends up being is it's just 3 people playing cards.
I will say, if that is revealed, she probably takes it in stride. She's like, okay, cool, are we playing cards?
Yeah, whatever.
You're both my size, yay! But yes, no, I will play cards and chess and whatever else she wants to do.
Yeah, she's down to play games. But yeah, Barnaby, John, what are we doing for lodgings with you guys?
I'll take any place that'll take me that's close to the water.
Okay. You were invited to the Presidium. If you would like to stay at the Presidium, I assume Noelle.
That is pretty close to the water, and a river, so I'll do that.
Okay. It sounds like the party's staying in the city.
So did the rabbit toy survive?
The what place?
The rabbit toy. Did the rabbit toy survive, or did she break it at this point?
You probably would see it in the room at some point. It's pretty badly singed, but it's intact.
I'll mend it while I'm. Just do some small maintenance on it. It's fine.
It's like wrapped up in the blankets of the fucking broken bed.
Aw, you made an nest for it.
It's like where she sleeps.
Can you fireproof a bed?
Secundo's had to ask that question before.
No, there will be many things about that later, like asking Secundo, when did this happen? What's her deal? Do I need to do research on this? Etc., etc., etc. Yes, ma'am, stop trying to hack my computer.
Rotten.
Some
Lauren, where do
mornings.
you stand during downtime?
I think she'll probably stay with Gerald for a good amount of time, but I know some nights she'll probably have like a hotel room if she's like partying super late at night.
Oh, where's what's his nuts gonna stay when he gets here?
Or-
No, not yet.
Cross that bridge when we come to it.
Probably not at the Gatewatch. I don't know how Gerald will feel about that. So.
Yeah, Adlar is going to be departing on the 49th, so he'll be arriving on the 57th.
I thought it was faster.
It's faster going south than north.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he'll be here in time for the.
He'll be here before the holidays, yes.
Sweet.
But it'll take him like a week to get up to Freeport from Farrell. I think that should probably do us for the first session of downtime of this adventure. So, GG guys, good game.
Good
Glad
game.
we got everything accomplished, everything sorted and organized and paid for.
Any
Now
RP
it's just
points?
going- Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be an MVP necessarily. It's
We all
No,
did stuff.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd say Noelle for her speech.
Yeah, honestly,
That was so nice.
that Noel speech was really good.
Thanks.
all right then.
And also, thank you for helping me craft my magical tattoo.
Oh, sure. Yeah, thanks for helping with the armor. Does anyone not have inspiration?
Me.
I will give Burberry my inspiration, and I will reset to a new set.
Thanks.